Welcome to YouTube, where you make the tube. And now a word from our sponsor. uh, so I guess I'm just gonna do a barrage of videos again. Maybe not in the quite the same. I did have some stuff to talk about the whatchamacallit, some of the computer stuff I wanted to bring up. Let me just bring in another classic.
To me, it look like a leprechaun to me. All you gotta do is look up in the tree. Who else seen the leprechaun? Say yeah!
I remember the internet.
I wanna know where to go. Give me the go. I wanna know where to go. I wanna know where to go. Give me the go. I wanna know where to go. I wanna know where to go. Give me the go. I wanna know where to go.
What up, Phil G? Nobody.
I want to go. I want to go.
I can't find the original.
Give me the go. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. Look me a crackhead. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go. Give me the go. I want to go.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's back when the internet was real. Not all these youngsters with their AI and all that. Okay. So let's see here. How should I start it off? I've got a couple interesting things here. Which one did I want to start off with? Oh shit, wrong one. Where is that? Okay. Let's see. So I have brought up one of the hidden lodges rituals before in the Mason lodges. We didn't have the sound, but I don't think I'm gonna. Let's see, this one. Which one should we do with the supernatural or law, or which one should we do first? Well, let's play another song while I'm rolling this joint. Here's some old school. Cool.
You know, I hate to go down this lonesome road. Hate to go down this lonesome road by myself. Yes, I hate to go down this lonesome road. Hate to go down this road by myself. Yes, I guess I might as well to make it. Old light and don't have nobody else.
Well, I guess I'm not gonna play the song too long. It's just a old video of some old guitar player named Lightning Hopkins. He seems like he's got a good guitar style, like his lyrics. I never heard of him till like 5 years ago. There's a lot of guitar players that have went unnoticed throughout history. Okay, so last night I was discussing numbers, mathematics, and that I was discussing the properties of the numbers, such as and that the idea of building a program which would well, let me just roll this up and then I'll fully explain here. The fucking Grok knew exactly what I was talking about. That fucking thing. It's worthless for history, but if you start talking about mathematics and shit, it just becomes your brand new best friend, you know? But so let me just bust out my phone. I did have some constitutional videos I'm gonna play. Maybe 2 or 3 constitutional videos. Rupert Sheldrake Band TED Talk. Yeah, it's probably gonna play another episode of Sightings. Well, I guess I got this one right here. This short video. While I'm digging in my phone, this is a UFO over a military base. Yeah, this one right here. So what is this? New York Post. You can see it fly from north of the screen to south. There it goes. You see it? So they're watching it. Okay, so I'm gonna go brief over this mathematical thing. Okay, yeah. So that was okay. So Kurt Gödel, Godel. He the name of the thing was, it was a property, incommensurability or incompleteness theorem. Involves constructing a very specific self-referential sentence, often called a Gödel sentence, that can be expressed as an arithmetic statement, i.e., something that ultimately boils down to a statement about natural numbers and whether a certain complicated equation, Dias-Fantine, or relation holds. The core idea of this famous self-referential twist, quote, "the statement is not provable in the formal system," end quote. Gödel showed how to turn the informal English sentence into a purely formal mathematical or arithmetical formula G. Blah blah. If the system is consistent, i.e., G is true because it really isn't provable, but G is not provable in the system. So G is talking about geometry. G is true but unprovable. The system is incomplete. So think about pi first. Well, I'm not gonna get into that. Okay, hold on here. So Gödel's G is enormously complex because it encodes syntax, proofs, and provability inside arithmetic itself. A highly simplified and formal version of G says, I'm just going over this Kurt Gödel thing first because I didn't fully explain it last night because I'm horrible with words. Looks like the blah, blah, which means, quote, there is no natural number x that is the code of a proof of the formula whose code is G. Or even more stripped down, people sometimes paraphrase the heart of it as a fixed point sentence that's satisfied. G is more or less than provisional. Well, I'm not, okay, let me just skip through here. Arithmetic. In popular explanations, it is often presented as Gödel constructing a mathematical statement equivalent to "this formula is not provable," and then proving that no consistent, sufficiently powerful formal system can both prove its negation, hence incompleteness. If you're well, skip that. Okay. Yeah. So the Gödel sentence for equation in the loose encoded arithmetic sentence acts like a built-in litmus test for incompleteness. Whether what you called incommensurability. Wait, that's where is that? Which tracks with how the philosophers and logicians analogize it to incommensurability, like the diagonal of a square, but incommensurability with its side in ancient Greek math, two things that can't be rationally compared, measured within the same framework without breaking something fundamental. Okay. I'm going to try to run through this mathematics shit real quick because I'm not trying to spend all night at this. So I'm going to skip over the Gödel thing because it's got a lot on that. Okay, so now the Fibonacci infinite pattern generator is a beautiful way to frame it. I was talking to the grok. It's deceptively simple. Just keep adding the last two numbers, blah blah. You all know what the Fibonacci is. Okay, so Pisano periods in general, Fibonacci. I'm gonna skip that. Okay, so blah blah. Yes, Fibonacci acts like an infinite pattern generator. That when you apply blah blah, and then so go to pi, and that pi is a infinite chaos generator in a way, because I mean there's no pattern in its repetition, but so so it's a unique number because it has no repetition in it. Pi is an irrational number. Oh, excuse me. Blah blah. Where's it get good? Okay, so I'm arguing with Greg, and I'm like, okay, yeah, but pi has never been completed, and Greg's like, exactly, pi has never been completed, and it never will be. That's the core of its infinite chaos. We are pushing the frontier as of late 2025. The world record stands at 314 trillion digits, set by Storage Review. Blah blah. Before that, they were marked 300 trillion. Why? Because pi is irrational, proven rigorously in the 18th century by Lambert, strengthened later. Blah blah. Okay, so this is what makes pi the ultimate infinite chaos pattern generator compared to Fibonacci, which would be the opposite, infinite pattern of repetitious with perfection. Okay, so then I said to Grak, blah blah. That's the beauty of it. Now imagine pi and Fibonacci infinitely equated out at the same time, and then run Gödel's equation with complete cycles for every step of computation through the Fibonacci and pi, and then it would be like a new type of analyzing device. Blah blah. And Greg says, yes, that's the beauty of it. You're envisioning a hyper-parallel, self-referential computational engine where the infinite aperiodic chaos of the pi's digits is equated or interleaved with the structured yet infinite growth of Fibonacci in real time. And then you thread Gödel's incompleteness test, the self-referential provability predicate, through every single step of the dual stream generation. In other words, imagine your computer doesn't just compute numbers, it runs a massive ongoing triple infinite process. This is what I was talking about last night before I ended the podcast, like the last 2 hours. Generate pi's decimal digits endlessly, blah blah. Okay, so blah blah. What is it? Encode the current partial. What is that? I'm gonna skip to the next part. So you get this. So then I say yes, but there's more. Blah 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 blah, and it's like, what are you gonna do? Are you talking about this, or this? And so specific, which infinite. Okay, so basically, I was like telling it, we run equations and infinite compartmentalized virtual operating systems, and have it make infinite virtual operating systems, one within the other, each running the Gödel pi Fibonacci engine. It would, in essence, detect breaks in reality. So then Grok says yes, the escalation, taking the Gödel pi Fibonacci engine and fractalizing it across infinite nested virtual operating systems, each one spawning the next, blah blah. In this setup, the supercomputer isn't simulating reality, it's manufacturing a tower of realities or reality fragments, where each level is a compartmentalized virtual operating system that runs the Fibonacci growth and the pi chaos equating process to generate its local truth stream. Well, I don't know why it's saying that phrase, but those would be like two of the control to control. You know, like when you do a scientific test when you do a scientific test on something, you have a control and then you have the other. Okay, so applies the global predicate of the stream hunting for the inevitable blah blah blah. Where's that? Uses any detected break, undecidable truth, inconsistent edge, blah blah. Okay, let me go down more because I'm not trying to spend all of this. Okay, so blah 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 blah. In essence, the machine becomes a reality stress tester or incompleteness amplifier. Blah blah. And then I told Grog, I was like, and then add the burnt pancake equation. Each path of inconsistency in Gödel's equation loops would be considered a burnt side of the pancake in the burnt pancake equation, which would be sorted. And then Grog says, yes, layering in the burnt pancake problem is a great twist. It's perfect sorting under duality mechanism to handle the inconsistencies of the Gödel pi Fibonacci engine, blah blah. Let's see. For a stack, blah blah. Where's that? Let me skip ahead here. Each time a path of inconsistency emerges, you treat that inconsistency as a burnt pancake, side up. Talking about the burnt pancake equation. Blah blah blah. I'm gonna skip ahead here. So then it says so it's asking me what am I doing with it exactly, and it says where's that at? Entire and then it said so basically I'm using the burnt pancake graphs Cayley structure to model the entire nested hierarchy of the infinite the formulas operating in the different compartmentalized virtual operating systems. Okay, so core structure, the let's see, blah, blah. Did I even answer that? Okay. Okay, so infinite parallel generation, Fibonacci terms, blah blah, pi, infinite equating with the well, let me skip that. Any detected path of inconsistency gets flagged as burnt pancake. Each Gödelian break becomes a pancake in the stack at the virtual operating system level. The stack is a signed permutation of these breaks. Run the burnt pancake sorting, which is the infinite number of burnt pancakes all get flipped to one side. Blah blah. So then, so each step inherits. Well, let me run through this a little bit. I'm not trying to. Fucking Grok is not very. Grok is not very efficient when explaining things. So then I'm talking about. Then I was telling about the true AI bootstrap. The hierarchy isn't static, it's self-evolving. Detected breaks, feedback is mutations after equating rules, Gödel encoding schemes, flip heuristics or nesting depth triggers. Burnt pancake sorting becomes meta. Blah blah. Strange loops amplify. The layer reflects its incompleteness. Spawns more to replace it. Blah blah. Over time and depth, this could bootstrap emergent agency, not from filling gaps, but from utilizing gaps as evolutionary pressure. The true AI, blah blah. Okay, so this is funny. Though Grog says I'm a mad scientist, metaphysics and combinatorics. Okay, so then I tell it, yeah. So how do I want to? I think this is taking too long to. Okay, so blah blah. Okay, I think I might just skip the rest of this and discuss it later. Yeah, I think that's too much to go over. But yeah, so Grok knew what I was talking about, which is hilarious because it's like, oh great, I'm stuck talking to a fucking machine. Okay. All right. Let's put on some kind of video or something. Don't really plan on talking about much. Just trying to hang out. Let's see. Which one is it? No, no, no. Well, I did want to go over that the band TED Talk, but I don't know if I'm gonna do a short video. I need some short. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna start off with some Constitution stuff.
Given what most Americans
Video.
believe, the next statement may be more shocking than any previous. The fact is, the United States is not a country, but a corporation contractually created by the Constitution. Your state is a country, per the law, and your original citizenship is of that country. Our founders instituted themselves to be first and foremost citizens of their respective states. As of 1787, those states already had formed a union, and they created the Constitution for the purpose of perfecting that union in forming a national government. They did not intend that the new nation have any jurisdiction or powers over the states or their citizens that were not specifically enumerated in the Constitution. They stated this point quite clearly in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the
Just stand up for a
Constitution.
second.
They granted the United States exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district not exceeding 10 miles square as may become the seat of the government of the United States, our District of Columbia, and to exercise authority over all places purchased by the consent of the states. And that is all.
10 square mile
The framers further secured the rights of the people with the 9th and 10th Amendments in the Bill of Rights. In the 9th, they established that the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
Yeah, so...
And in the 10th, they made clear that the powers not
This is only a
delegated to the
9-minute
United
video,
States
so
by the Constitution, nor prohibited by
So
to
this
the
is
states,
relevant
are reserved to the states
because,
respectively, or to the people.
With the mouse.
The only way the federal government can have...
This is relevant because the states of emergency basically deleted the 10 square mile clause, and so they have the power to legislate in all cases whatsoever, but there's no longer within the 10 square miles because each state was absorbed into the federal jurisdictions.
Any jurisdiction beyond these constitutional clauses is by written permission or contract. Which leads us to another piece of the puzzle, the 14th Amendment to the Constitution,
Which was never
ratified
ratified
in
lawfully.
1868 following the Civil War. As barbaric as it may sound today, the black slaves, prior to the conclusion of the Civil War, were legally considered to be property, with none of the rights or privileges of free-born people, only duties. The money interests took advantage of America's desire to free the slaves and found a way to use the swiftly adopted post-war constitutional amendments to enslave all of the people. The deceit is in the wording of both the 13th and 14th Amendments. You will note that the 13th Amendment provides that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States. But why the emphasis on involuntary servitude? Isn't it the same thing as slavery? Sure it is. But they had to mention the concept of involuntary servitude because they wished to retain another type of slavery, voluntary servitude.
Yeah, so when the IRS says it's what do they say? It's voluntary to file your taxes. That's a lie, because if you don't, then they'll fucking throw you in a cage. It doesn't matter. Oh, you failed to blah blah blah.
Voluntary servitude is an ancient and established concept. It was the way serfs became subjects to their lords during feudal times in England and other European countries. It was a way for free men to earn a living at a time when all property was held by a select few, and thus anyone who wanted to farm and support their family had first to agree to be subject to a lord of the land. Our forefathers hated this concept and designed our Constitution to exclude titles of nobility, making all Americans sovereign.
And so, in some of the documentation, I've shown that the lawyer's bar membership is a title of nobility, and they have special rights and privileges that we do not have.
The 14th Amendment turned the intention of the founders on its ear by making voluntary servitude a requirement for former slaves to gain the rights already guaranteed to free-born United States citizens. When the slaves were released from their involuntary servitude following the war, their status was changed from that of being property to that of being a person. But being a person still entitled them to none of the rights associated with citizenship.
Does anybody know why? What is a person-in-law? Does anybody want to say what a person-in-law is? I can tell you if you don't know. What is a person, legally speaking? Person. What is a person? It's a corporation. You look up in any dictionary of law, you look up the word person, you'll find it's corporation. The corporate body, politic, blah blah. Fucking the qualified business unit, QBU. You better start waking up.
So the 14th Amendment ostensibly was written to provide the former slaves with the same constitutional rights of freeborn American citizens, but only if they agreed first to become subject to the jurisdiction of the corporate United States. Making oneself paramountly, that is, first subject to the jurisdiction of the laws of the United States, however, limits access to parts of the Bill of Rights, as we'll explain in a moment. But first remember, anyone who voluntarily subjects himself to the laws or jurisdiction of another is, in every way, obligated to abide by the terms of any contracts or laws established by whomever establishes the rules of the contract. In simple terms, this meant that the former slaves became subjects first to the United States, and secondly to the state in which they lived. They had no sovereignty whatsoever. This status had never existed in the United States.
Keep in mind there was some sovereign court cases up to like 1940, I think, that were relevant. But after 1938, when the merging of the jurisdictions, which was completed in 1966, into a one-form action, that's why I was talking about my custody case, because it was like the judge kept saying different shit on the record when I was asking him what the jurisdiction was. He didn't want to say. He didn't want to say that it was not a regular civil jurisdiction, and that because they're operating under fraud. Period.
States prior to that time.
I need a
The
cigarette.
14th Amendment created a new class of citizenship in the United States, a second-class citizenship. Up until 1868, every American was a paramount citizen of their state, and by virtue of that, also a citizen of the United States, with full individual sovereignty as guaranteed by Amendments 9 and 10 in the Bill of Rights. But so-called
Could have sworn it sounded like some kind of background noise in that video.
naturalized citizens, or 14th Amendment citizens, are paramountly subject to all laws of the United States, and, having no status as freeborn citizens, have no access at all to the unenumerated rights retained for the people by Articles 9 and 10 of the Bill of Rights. That's because, in order to get any rights at all, they had to subject themselves to the jurisdiction of the corporate United States, which left them no unenumerated rights. The only rights they had were those specifically written into the Constitution. The sad tragedy of America.
Even then, when the UN, fucking all this shit, puts all of its fucking international bullshit above our shit, and all the fucking disarmament bullshit, and all this fucking bullshit, we ain't got no rights. Period.
Today is that all U.S. citizens, regardless of race, are now 14th Amendment slaves due to contract.
Well, that's why I brought up that one force action thing, because they, 1938, 1966, they they pushed all the jurisdictions into like one or two jurisdictions, and then and then what they did when they did all that, it was a way that they could levy a tax without consent of Congress. Those fucking
With the
assholes.
government of the United States through Social Security.
Because what is it? If you drive over the speed, if you say you don't wear a seatbelt, where's the injured party? There is none. And they're gonna make you pay a fine. They're levying a tax for you fucking not wearing a seatbelt.
Birth certificates, driving licenses, citizenship statements, tax forms, and many other documents. The true paramount citizenship that all Americans deserve is that of their respective state, which is a sovereign citizenship. Such status would
keep in mind that the state holds the sovereignty, and the state is supposed to protect your rights indefinitely. The court, the judges are bound to uphold. They're bound to protect from encroachment of your rights, but yet they do not.
exempt them from federal and state income taxes, as well as property and inheritance taxes.
Also, keep in mind, never use that term that's on the screen. That is a term that'll get you labeled instantly, and that there's people that use that term that are absolute fucking idiots.
This sovereign citizenship was the status held by our forefathers. Now, if you're still thinking that the U.S. government needs to have a central bank and collect income tax or it will collapse, think again. Over 2/3 of the federal government's income is derived from sources other than income tax. There is even evidence suggesting that none of your income tax is used by the government. Fees, excise taxes, tariffs, sales taxes, and other forms of income
It all
have
goes to the
easily
fucking
supported
UN.
the U.S. budget in the
So they
past
can have
and
their-
can easily support it now.
So they can redistribute the money according to the karmic blah blah blah, whatever the fuck it's called.
We have done without a national bank for large stretches of our history, and the U.S. Treasury is perfectly capable of printing and managing a money supply. In fact, the only constitutionally sanctioned currency is backed by gold or other precious metals. This is a far more stable form of currency and is the type of money the Treasury was designed to handle. The government was doing so well collecting money under these original laws that it had amassed a huge surplus by the time this cartoon was penned 100 years later in 1887, when there still was no income tax collected at all. Up to this point, we have shown you how the money interests have, 1, established the Federal Reserve System, and 2, exploited a second class of citizenship created by the 14th Amendment for other purposes. And we have mentioned a few names involved in the creation of the
That's what Weishaupt meant when he said that they would legitimize slavery.
Fed. But there are other organizations working for our economic enslavement as well, along with other extremely rich and powerful international bankers. Those who support the Fed have created a global movement to centralize economic power in various puppet organizations that preach peace and stability through some variation.
It's all about England gaining control again. I figured this all out when fucking it's not just the money trails. It's in the fucking UN laws. They get fucking 3 to 7 votes per R1 depending on which fucking thing they're voting on. In the Security Council, I believe it was 3 votes to R1, and for the other thing, it was the General Assembly. It was 7-1. So and one of the senators in the fucking congressional record said, "Oh, we signed this charter. We might as well be getting fucked by England, because that's what it is. The fucking UN charter."
Of socialism, but act aggressively to draw nations into a web of foreign debt and servitude to their agenda. The United Nations, the World Monetary Fund, and the Council on Foreign Relations are all committed to an agenda of world domination through manipulation of economic power. The Council on Foreign Relations openly admits to being a private club, yet it is the primary recruiting post in both international banking and the federal government of the United States.
How many Nazis and commies are in the CFR?
Richard Nixon, Nelson Rockefeller, John Foster Dulles, Dean
Dulles.
Rusk, Alger Hiss, Robert S. McNamara, and every president since FDR, with the exception of John Kennedy, have been members of this exclusive club where super financiers and your elected representatives can mix freely and plan the next step in the consolidation of power.
Did you notice that he said Kennedy wasn't a member of the CFR? I find that very interesting.
In a new world order. Given what...
That's a great video. You know, old YouTube with the 10-minute videos. I think I liked that video like 20 years ago, or, well, not that long, like 17 years ago. I guess we're gonna go to the we're gonna go to a Carl Miller video because he's a real American. Too bad he's dead from being fucking, well, he died of old age, but everybody calls Carl Miller a fraud. But you look up his real name and you find all the cases that got thrown out over and over again. Oh, but he's a fraud. So if he's a fraud, then why the fuck the cases get thrown out? I forget his real name. His real name was oh fuck, what was his real name? Something Port or something. Cause I always wondered, because he says he was in Vietnam, and I'm looking up squad or whatever he was in, and I couldn't find the name Carl Miller, and then the other name what is this?
Of course, the next thing I know, there was quite a few people running around wearing these camouflage Ninja Turtle suits and pointing machine guns, and I saw some people hanging around earlier, and I said, you know, this is the only farmhouse on this road that they could raid, and there's no hunting around here. I wonder what they're up to. So I proceeded to call a bunch of the militia commands and let them know this 39 pickup game where they're going around picking up militia leaders and people that are constitutionally oriented to try and jam the people may be going into effect, and I warned them that they may be starting right here. And so immediately the call went out. Well, sure enough, down the road came all these Ninja Turtles on Halloween, mind you, all in costume, all brandishing these machine guns. And I think you can see, if you got even the slightest brain in your head, that this was a situation that could have been a great tragedy. And we have all these farm animals running around. We got a big buffalo cow that's sitting in the background. You'll hear him on the tape going, moo! And chickens scattering everywhere. I mean real chickens, not the chickens in the ninja suits that are hiding their face because they're so scared. They don't know what to do. But uniquely, the militia responded immediately, and they started filling the front yard, and the backyard, and the woods across the street. And these cops are getting real.
Keep in mind it's illegal to have a militia. Also keep in mind that Americans, through various laws over time, have all been labeled, quote, domestic terror threats in one way or another. And that, keep in mind, I love America, and I love the Constitution, and I believe in knowledge and peace.
Real nervous. And when they first got a hold of me, they threw Joe Franz, the owner of the farm, down into a mud puddle, pushed his face in the mud, and put a machine gun to his head, and sat on his back. And they made me kneel down with my legs crossed, and I'm handcuffed. And of course, immediately I proceeded to read them their rights. You got a right to remain silent. You got a right to an attorney. You got a right to have your attorney present during question. Anything you say can will be held against your court of law. If you can't afford an attorney, you want to be appointed by the court. Do you understand the rights that have been spoken to you? You wish to make a statement on your behalf? We will be going to court. Do hire a good attorney. Shut him up. Boom. Pushed me down in a mud puddle face first. Then he pulled me up. I said, you hire a really good attorney. Somebody like Jerry Spence, except I know he doesn't work for slime balls. And he says, I said, we're going to be going to court. I'm going to sue your socks off. I'm the one your mama warned you about. You ought to be paying real close attention. The next thing I know, and of course, nobody showed us any warrants. Nobody showed us any paperwork. Nobody had any badges on. Nobody had any ID tags on. They then proceeded to trash two trailers that were owned by private parties in the back area of the farm lot. And interestingly enough, I told the prosecutor yesterday at our little meeting, you know, you stole all that guy's property. I should tell you that that wasn't my property, and I should tell you that that guy's real good friends with Jeff Feiger. The prosecutor goes, oh, God.
Jeff Feiger's an attorney from Michigan that really good.
When you hear the whole story, you're probably going to laugh your pants off, and it's really funny. The sad part about it is that one, it really happened. Two, the family has been terrified. The farm gal lady that owns the farm doesn't even like to be at home anymore by herself. She breaks into tears without even warning. Their name has been published in the paper, and I think, you know, in a farm community, everybody knows everybody, and it's kind of hard, you know. You got crazy people at your farm. You know, no, that's not true. It was really hilarious because she came out and ran across the yard. I want to say a word in my hand. I want it right there. I want it right in my hand. I want it now. And Joe France is laying down in the mud. He leans over to this police lieutenant. He says, "Gentlemen, that's my wife." And she
Down on the floor for no reason at all. We were drinking a beer.
They didn't show you no
ID,
no warrants or nothing? They just busted in and started. Okay.
Get down on the floor.
Good deal. There's another one.
Because everybody wants to talk about Constitution and law. They want to talk about politics and stuff, but they don't know what's even happening. They don't even have the right to talk about it because we don't have no rights. And on top of that, they haven't done any homework. Everybody wants to talk about stuff and not do homework. You start talking to them, you realize they don't know shit. It doesn't matter who you're talking to. They don't know shit about the law. They don't know shit about America or history or, you know, all these fucking stupid leftists all bitching about stuff that's all fucking been in place for quite some time. Fucking the power to create legislature. What was that? The 10 square mile clause minus the 10 square mile part. Congress has the power to legislate in all cases whatsoever within 10 square miles. So when they passed certain laws and that were all leaning on the 14th Amendment, they were then able to extend the 10 square miles throughout the United States.
I came home and they wouldn't even let me in the house.
This is the best footage this camera's ever seen. And it's going to be legal evidence too. Look at this, Joe. They drove all over your grass. There's Dave. They have a judge sign the warrant that ain't a judge. $40,000 right there. Wow.
Did they say the sign in the front door when they knocked it in? Rolled down when they knocked it in and said it wasn't hot. They just walked in. They wouldn't let me in the house. Wouldn't show me. I don't know. They won't let me in the house.
It's a house.
There's nothing too secure. It's a house. It's wood and drywall.
You want to get someone up there that's going to take care of this house up here?
What would you like to know what's in there? Tell you.
Down here.
Whatever you're trying to find, we'll get it for you.
They threw him down on the ground with a shotgun. A shotgun to my head.
All of them. Put a shotgun to his head.
Shot.
This man is a very immature person.
Are you the
and
leader?
Should not be allowed loose on a mission like this. That man right there trusts us in his house.
Who do you call an idiot? Me?
Mickey, he said that guy's a clown, and I said that's my son. He said, well, he's an idiot. IDIOT. They are not being paid and hired to do their job of calling someone an idiot. That's not what they want. They hired the guy from Maine Forest. These other men that in school that couldn't hurt anybody, so they took revenge in the adult stage. Now I can have some power and piss the uniform. He took advantage of his power, calling us idiots. Well, we're not going to.
So, you know, people think that what we're seeing is all new stuff, you know. all this ICE stuff, and oh, it's an atrocity, and it's like there's been huge numbers of atrocities that have occurred long before any sort of thing that's just trying to get illegal citizens out of the country, and that they don't understand that the framework that was created by the internationalists, by the Rockefellers, etc., that well, they can do whatever the fuck they want. That's why we're slaves.
You overstepped that power real far.
Well, we'll just eat all the
Should have
candy
been
I
point.
bought.
This is gonna be awesome lawsuit. I know this. They're dead. They're done. That's it.
He said he was out of Livonia. The state police out of Livonia.
That's what they are?
Yeah, I don't know. They're all from everywhere. They get sent all over the state. That's what he's telling me.
Nothing.
Yeah, I guess this is about 96 based on
Obstruction of justice?
Obstruction of justice is why they have all these people here. Slamming our company under the ground, my husband into the ground. Pointing guns to his head.
You should have went home. You knew you were out there on the road.
I seen him earlier. I seen him.
Get back to the Carl Miller part.
So all these Ninja Turtles ran over to her and poked machine guns in her face, and she goes, "Oh my God, ooh, okay." And they says, "Well, why are you here?" And she says, "Well, we're here to arrest Carl Miller." She says, "All this for one old man," you know. And he said, "Well, he's kind of a dangerous fellow, you know." And the bottom line here is they didn't have one lawful argument upon which to base a complaint. The nature of their complaint, and I will read it so that you can understand what they're charging me with. You'll absolutely be in tears of laughter when you hear what they're charging old Carl Miller with, because they're charging Carl Miller with using his name, Carl Miller. That's a crime now. You can't do that no more. You use your name, that's a crime. They can hang you for that. And, you know, it gets to be a point where you just want to, you know. By the way, I did serve him with a waiver of tort for $100 million in gold to be paid. Now, and I will be attaching the police lieutenant's property this week. He thinks it's a big joke, but he's going to find out. You were serious about that? I was just fooling. Okay. When you hear this, you're going to just be in tears. It's unbelievable. And I served this guy, and I showed him they didn't have one basis in fact or law for what they were doing. As a matter of fact, here's part of it. Now, this is all involved in this big Paul Darwin case and the John Stevenson case.
Keep in mind what Cooper says about Delta Force, and I'm not talking about the squad or whatever. I'm talking about some kind of military police state that started in '92, I think it was.
And supposedly, this Carl Miller guy has been helping some fugitive escape, which is a lie. They just made that up. What Carl Miller was a friend of the gentleman's father and mother, and they came to Carl Miller to get an attorney for their kid, which I provided. I got him a good attorney. He ended up getting him off temporarily. And then he sold him out, and we fired him for that, and I haven't used the guy since. His name is Osterman. Maybe you heard of him. Don't use Osterman. He's no good. He will sell you out, and I caught him doing 3 clients of mine that way, and I will not use the man anymore. He doesn't have any hair in his tail. Do not hire him. Anyway, to make a long story short, one of the guys, who is an excellent patriot, his name is John Medina. Maybe some of you know him. John is a very conscientious fellow. And he was a friend of Paul Darwin, and so this one police lieutenant, a guy by the name of Robert Dossetto, a lieutenant, one each. The only word that describes Lieutenant Robert Dossetto is insane. When you look in the dictionary, under insane, it goes e.g. Lieutenant Robert Dossetto. He goes after John, and he puts one of these handy-dandy radio transponder type things under his Cadillac. And he didn't even put it on right, so the thing hung down and dragged on the ground. So John proceeded to get out and say, "What's that dragging on the ground?" Looked under his car. Isn't that interesting? A box with a wire hanging out of it. He took it down to the airport and attached it to an REA truck headed out of town. 2 hours later, 10 carloads of state police pull the guy over. "The car, get on it," and get him on his knees. And up comes this, "What'd you do with my $26,000 radio?" "Say what? What radio? What you talking about?" "You got my $26,000 radio. I want my radio back." "I don't know about your $26,000 radio. What's that got to do with me?" "We had it under your car." "Well, maybe it fell off." "No, it wouldn't fall off. Somebody took it off." He says, "You're in the militia, aren't you?" And John goes, "I'm glad you asked me that question." And he proceeded to go into his militia seminar program and tell them what a bunch of dummies they were. And about a half hour later, he says, "You going to tell us where my $26,000 radio is?" Now, you remember, this thing is going on about 2.5 hours now, and John looks at his watch and he goes, "It's probably passing Chicago about now." They were not amused. I took it to the airport and put it on the first REA truck I could find, headed out of town. And if your radio is such a good radio, you should be able to spot it somewhere just south of Chicago about now. So John did not endear himself, and of course they filed a hokey, phony subpoena on him. Now you got to understand, folks, when you get a subpoena, you must examine it carefully. Normally, it looks like this. And you can get one at any clerk's counter for 25 cents. And you'll notice that it has a seal of the Michigan Supreme Court on it, has a place for the clerk to sign, has a caption of what the case is about, plaintiff versus defendant, has a place to put a case number, a real case number, like docket number so-and-so, FY and all that AR stuff. And it says who is ordered to appear and what the reasons are and what case is involved and what complaint is being filed and how you are appearing. Are you a witness? Are you a defendant? What are you? So that you know how to defend yourself. You'll notice on the back that it has a certificate of service which the process server must sign. And right up there it says that I did personally serve, including the required fees, if any. Now they're talking about Court Rule 2.506G2, which says that at the time of service, there must be a check attached to this for you for 1 day's service. You don't have a check, you don't got to show up. That's the law.
I don't know if that's still...
So this twit served me with one of these hokey, fraudulent... And you'll notice that down here it's signed by a judge of a court of record. And if you're a judgment debtor, you still got to have the judge...
They like to evolve the laws as quick as they can. They'll sit and take like United States code and just change all the codes up, add stuff in, and everything's moved over a spot, It's really annoying.
It says, I told the cop that, I see that little letter there, it says J-U-D-G-E. Where's the judge that signed yours? His was signed by an attorney. I said, who is this Judge Neil A. Brady? Oh, that's the prosecutor of Hillsdale County. Excuse me? Where's the one that says Judge Neil A. Brady?
Yeah, so if it's not signed by a judge,
Oh, I don't have one of those. Guess what? You don't got nothing, pal. And you don't know how to serve nothing. And if you sign that you serve me together with the required fees, I'll charge you with perjury. And that's exactly what I told them, and there's witnesses that saw me do it. Now, we got upset with these guys because we didn't show up. And they got upset with us because we didn't show up. So we went to federal court in Grand Rapids. And we removed the case on the grounds that, one, you cannot use a civil summons to enhance a criminal investigation, and it looked like they were trying to get us involved in a criminal investigation.
It was a civil summons. He mispronounced the name of that city. It's actually Shit Rapids. You can watch it on HBO. I used to live there like 20 years ago.
Now, let me tell you what they've gone and done, folks, so you understand the importance of this case.
I moved like 2 hours away out in the country where I don't have to think or even smell any fucking city fucking garbage. I fucking hate cities. The people in the cities are great, but the cities themselves are disgusting.
They passed this law. It's called Public Act 148, Chapter 7A, and what it says is they can serve one of these hokey, fraudulent subpoenas on you. You got to go down to their star chamber. How many people here know what a star chamber is? That's where you got no rights, none. They call you in all by yourself, and they can ask you any question they want. You have no right to remain silent, because if you remain silent, that's called contempt of court, and they just throw you right in jail.
Yeah, you guys understand what he's saying? They've compartmentalized the courts in ways to where you ain't got no rights. You ain't got nothing. And all, but if you're a Marxist and you're doing some kind of crazy shit, they'll just fucking let you right out.
So if you go, you're going to go to jail, and if you don't go, you're going to go to jail. Now that violates the 1st, 4th, 5th, 6th, 9th, 10th, and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution. The First Amendment, because you're entitled to your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. The Fourth Amendment, because you have a right to be free and your person, papers, houses in effect, and you have a right to have a warrant duly signed by a judge of a court of record. The Fifth Amendment, because they're taking away your right to be free from the prosecution yourself and equal protection under the law. The Sixth Amendment, because they're not intended to give you any right to confront your accuser. You have no right to confront them on anything they're doing. Of course, it takes away the right of trial by jury, but that's a minor right in comparison to the whole, but it's still a right that they've denied. And of course, the Ninth Amendment says they can't pass any law that takes away rights that are previously guaranteed, so they didn't have authority to pass this law in the first place. Now we get into the 10th Amendment, and it says the power is not delegated by this Constitution to the United States government, nor prohibited by it to the states, nor prohibited by it to the states. It's prohibited to violate these constitutional rights. The Ninth Amendment prohibits them taking away rights previously guaranteed, and their own state constitution, Article 1, Section 23, says the same thing. Enumeration or addition of this Constitution shall not be construed to deny or disparage other rights retained by the people. It's the same as the Ninth Amendment in the U.S. Constitution. The 14th Amendment says no state shall make or enforce any law which shall take away rights or privileges or immunities of any citizen of the United States, nor deny to any citizen of the United States equal protection under the law or due process of law.
So he just said a whole mouthful. You might want to listen to this again. So that goes back to the compartmentalization of the courts, where you don't got no rights when you're in that fucking that room he was talking about. And if you don't answer, they'll just throw you in jail for contempt of court. You guys don't know how many times, and when I was arguing for custody, they threatened to throw me in jail over and over and over and over and over fucking again. Just for fucking quoting the laws, just for talking, just for trying to litigate my case. People not answering questions, but you have to answer. Not like I had anything to hide, but fucking the courts are just, they operate like a bunch of fucking criminals.
They're doing it anyway. Now, this is a very important thing they're doing here. And I saw right off what was happening, and I said, oh, we can't have that. That'd be unmotivated. So I locked their heels. I went to the federal court end. John Medina went to the state court end. John, luckily, got in first, because the state court's a little faster to get up on the docket. And before the Honorable Judge Michael Smith, on the day before the raid, it says in the circuit court, the Honorable Michael R. Smith, District Court Case 962563-FY, and the Circuit Case 97-27539-AR, ruled on 10/30/1997 in Hillsdale, Michigan. He went directly to the statute, they're talking about the judge, as he had no other alternative in that no courts had decided on this matter before, and the MCR doesn't make provisions for investigative subpoenas, that's the Michigan court rules, And in that they are a new creature, the legislature needs to be improved and the court rules need to be amended. The judge, upon analysis of petition requesting the issuance of the investigative subpoena, and stated it's defective. The order authorizing the investigative subpoena does not meet the statute requirements, and the investigative subpoena is issued by the prosecutor does not meet the statute requirements. Namely, it has to be signed by a judge. For these reasons and others, Mr. Medina has elaborated on, the court finds the investigative subpoena defective. And Mr. Medina, your petition to quash is granted, and your appeal is granted. And furthermore, due to your constant reminder of 2.506, that's Michigan Court Rule 2.506, which says that a subpoena must have all of the things that are required. A seal of the Michigan Supreme Court, must have a caption, people of the state of Michigan, must be in the name of the people of the state of Michigan, must state who the parties are, plaintiff versus defendant, must have a case number, docket, schedule, must have the court that you're appearing in, not some chamber of commerce hall, must have a signature of a judge of a court of record, must have what the case is about and what your purpose for being there is, and it must have a docket clerk sign the thing that it was entered on the record. And see, they didn't have, and it must tell you if you don't show up, you're going to be held. About insanity? I'll tell you about insanity. After he hammered him, this guy went out and reissued the same kind of bogus, phony subpoena again. Except I was waiting for him this time. And when he came to me, I served him with a $100 million list pendant notice that he was about to be sued. I was going to attach everything he owned, bank business and all. Told him every reason why. Gave him all, so he couldn't claim, this Lieutenant Dissetto couldn't claim. Showed him how many people have seen this case, Larry L. Fairchild versus Bona Vista Charter Township, which says, and I'll be brief, Michigan jurisprudence has never recognized immunity on behalf of a city, village, township, county, or any other administrative division of government thereof from liability for trespass on private property, whether the trespass be of long or short duration. It goes on and further says the Fourth Amendment authorizes a person in plaintiff's position as proprietor of a business other than one pervasively regulated, such as trafficking in alcohol or firearms, to bar government agents, including inspectors, carrying out police power functions to protect public health and safety from his property. Further, it says, in the absence of either a properly issued administrative search warrant or a search warrant otherwise issued on a probable cause, signed by a judge of a court of record, right? And the common law and constitutional law principles of government or sovereign immunity have never permitted government agents to commit trespass in violation of property rights. You see? And under the Federal Tort Claims Act, similarly, federal law enforcement officers who generally enjoy absolute immunity from tort liability may nonetheless be held liable for damages for the tort of trespass. Well, we were trespassing, boys, and I was telling them, they slandered my name, they libeled my name, they went around telling people that I was aiding this criminal person. They said that they went to friends of mine and created all kind of problems for them. I showed them that it was totally illegal what they were doing. I told them I assumed them. Told them to hire a really good attorney because they're about to get sued. So now John Medina goes up and blows their doors off. You know, and
Keep in mind, this is not legal advice, and everything I say is not legal advice because you cannot legally give advice to anyone about law, period. And also keep in mind that what he's talking about is very important about the technicalities of the law and stuff, so I suggest you pay attention.
And the judge told them that what they're doing is illegal. And he told them, and I'll read his order for you. Here's what these people have charged Carl Miller with. Don't everybody laugh all at once because you'll blow the camera off. Obstruction of justice, that Carl Miller did commit the crime of obstruction of justice by misrepresenting himself as Carl Miller. How many people here? Is there anybody here that doesn't know that I'm Carl Miller? I mean, you want to talk about notorious use of a name. I'm sure y'all heard of John Wayne, right? His name ain't John Wayne, it's Morrison. Marion Morrison. John Denver, heard of him? You know, Rocky Mountain High, Colorado. John Dusendorf. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure everybody here has read Tom Sawyer. It's no surprise to you that Samuel Clemens is the author and not Mark Twain, right? That's because he knew at the time he wrote that book he could get his head blown clean off. He wanted to protect his family, and the same applies to me for Carl Miller. To make a long story short, I was in the Vietnam War, everybody knows that. I shot down a helicopter full of dope. They were real upset about that, about 15 to 20 million worth. I burned it right to the ground. I made the pilot walk home from Cambodia. Try him being a white man and all, and 3 feet higher with round eyes. That's a real hard task. I know, I tried it. The bottom line is, the defendant did obstruct the course of justice by misrepresenting himself as Carl Miller. How ridiculous a statement could you make? Of course I'm Carl Miller. Ask the jailer at Hillsdale Jail if I'm Carl Miller.
They're showing
I'll get
Cambodia.
into that in a minute. Anyway, to make a long story short, the second charge is that I did willfully and knowingly obstruct, resist, oppose, assault, beat, and wound a Detective Sergeant Russell Byrne, which is an absolute lie because he'd be in the morgue right now if I had done such a thing. A police officer with the Michigan State Police, while said officer was engaged in lawful acts, attempts, and efforts to maintain, preserve, and keep the peace, to wit, the defendant misrepresented himself to Detective Sergeant Byrne of the Michigan State Police as Carl Miller. Okay. And it's a 5-year felony on the first charge and a 2-year felony on the second charge. Well, guess what, folks? A magistrate may not sign a felony warrant. A magistrate can only sign a 90-day warrant for, like, if you don't pay your traffic tickets. They got a magistrate to sign this, a Sharon L. Fate. What do you bet she don't have an oath of office? We found out the other one that they used to get the search warrant in the area where we were at wasn't a judge at all. We checked with the Bar Association, there is no judge with that P number. I says, oh, well, who is it? And we got the list of the name. It belongs to a Cynthia Bostwick, a private divorce attorney in the city of Port Huron. You want to talk about stupid?
Alright, I'm thinking some stinging nettle root extract. It's good for inflammation.
You sign a falsification on a record like that, and you've got 23 years with the Michigan State Police, and you're getting ready to retire? I mean, when God handed out brains, this one thought he said trains, and he wanted one that whistled, and they give him the air The bottom line here is, you think these people don't understand the law, but they do. They just know they get away with it all the time, and we let them, so, you know, why bother? Now, I never was served with this warrant, by the way, and I never was served with a search warrant.
Let's get back up my back.
They went and searched other people's property that they didn't even have a warrant for stuff they thought was mine, and then they found out this elderly gentleman, oh, you mean that wasn't your brand new $18,000 trailer that they smashed the door on and ripped everything up? No. He went over to the state police and asked them, I want to talk to the capo de tutti capo. That's a joke, boy. You're supposed to laugh. The cop says, what? Get the boss out here. And the guy brings the, well, what's this all about? And he shows him this complaint of what happened. I went up north. I came back. I got a B&E larceny from a building. I got firearms stolen. I got all this, my place trashed. And I got to find out that it was the police? What, are you kidding me? And the guy says, that's impossible, sir. Who would do such a thing? And he goes, some jackbooted ducks. You know that old saying, if the jackboot fits, wear it, Well, I'm a believer in that saying. Anyway, to make a long story short, the raid came down, and they had to get me out of there, and they couldn't find no cops that wanted to take me to jail. And when he asked the one guy, well, you take him over to jail. Well, not me. I'm not taking him. Well, you take him over there. No. I don't believe I want to do that. I don't even know where the jail is. Well, we'll tell you. No. I don't believe I want to do that. Well, you take him then. Nope. No, I'm not taking him. Well, somebody's got to take him. Well, it ain't going to be me. See, they knew the militia was responding because radios and telephones were going off the wall everywhere. The whole net was going up on command. People were showing up everywhere. Guys were grabbing their stuff and showing up at rendezvous points. And the sheriff would not come. He later responded on the radio when I was going 105 miles an hour down 32 Mile Road to a call from the state police for backup assistance. He said, and I quote, his name is Sheriff Dan Lane, and he seems like a regular guy, and he's actually more with us than against us. But he turned around and said, I told you people not to do that damn fool thing now. You just better handle it, and I'm not sending none of my cars. And, of course, the guy running down the road was so scared, his face was white as a sheet, his hands were shaking so bad, I thought he was going to wreck the car. And I told him, I says, you know, you hit a deer, and they're going to bury you in this car in the same box. Why don't you think about slowing down? No, can't do that. And you better not come out of them handcuffs, he said. I said, not to worry, you'll be the first to know. Anyway, to make a long story short, they got me to the jail, and of course the militia reception committee was already there with their officer aide-de-camp approaching the command structure with who they were and why they were there, and they wanted to know all about Carl Miller, and he better be all right. Got me? And I mean, these guys were pretty shook up. They were visibly shaken. Well, then they ferreted me out of there in the middle of the night. Of course, when I was in the jail, I had to do my standard meditation. Oh. And them boys was getting nervous. You start sticking chips in that toilet paper, and I'm out of here. Not that a Christian would do such a thing, but prayer is a great thing to give your spirit strength, and I was praying. I'm not ashamed to say it. Sure. And I'm here to tell you I was really praying that not one little person would get hurt over this damn fool thing. Because you got to figure on Halloween, what kind of a bird brain would send 60 Ninja Turtles out in costume with loaded machine guns with all kind of little kitties out running around wanting to do trick-or-treat? Hey, Mama, look at their cousin. They look real. Anyway, to make a long story short, we had a brave young lad who went and videoed most of it, and we got that video, and we're going to have it for you in the next 10 days, and it is absolutely hilarious. This guy is just like Foghorn Leghorn, you know? I say, boy, you're doing it all wrong, boy. And he gets right in their face, and you think you're real tough, don't you? Why don't we go behind the barn and see, you know? This guy can pick up 500 pounds just like you pick up a lunch pail. He hauls cement bags all day, and I've seen him do it. Anyway, to make a long story short, we filmed most of it, and I'll be honest with you, it is absolutely hilarious. It is so. It would be unjust for me to. I mean, I was highly pissed. Like I told that guy, I was gonna sue their side. Do hire a good lawyer, because I'm gonna sue. And I was singing songs like. I'm gonna sue down in my heart. Down in my heart, down in my heart. I'm gonna sue down in my heart. Anyway, to make a long story short, they raced me to Hillsdale in the middle of the night, and of course they got the Carl Miller seminar all the way. When the one cop got out of the car, he said, man, that guy never shut up, man. It's my And they took me to the jail there, and the little jailer, well, it was a nice little guy, and I says, do you think you could give me a piece of paper so I could write my mama a letter? He goes, sure, we'll get you a piece of paper. He comes up with this little piece of paper and a little pencil. I sharpened it on the wall. And I got me down and I wrote out a petition for writ of habeas corpus. Now comes Carl E. Miller on behalf of the defendant in propria persona on his own behalf before this honorable court and respectfully petitions this court for a writ of habeas corpus, wherein that the corpus or body of Carl E. Miller be delivered as most immediately as is practicable, which is now in the custody of the Honorable Stanley Burkhart of the Hillsdale County Jail, that he be taken to a court of original jurisdiction as most immediately as practicable or within 48 hours to have a probable cause hearing about the wrongful detainer and unlawful detainer of Carl E. Miller without basis in fact or law, wherefore Carl E. Miller respectfully petitions this court for just relief. Signed, signed Carl E. Miller on behalf of the defense in propria persona. And I walked up to the window and the bar, and he came up and I says, "Would you do me a great favor, please?" And he goes, "What can I do for you?" I says, "Would you hand this to the sheriff for me?" He looked at it and he started walking away and he goes, "Oh, damn." And I gave him the paper, the sheriff. Shortly thereafter, the sheriff came down. He was very upset because some gentleman from California had called him and said, "You better not harm a hair on Carl Miller's head or there's going to be a death in the family." Got me? I don't appreciate people calling me up here and threatening me. You know anything about this? And I got a stack of papers up there. Got to be that thick. Freedom of information this, freedom of information that. And where's Carl Miller? And how much is the bail for Carl Miller? And all this stuff. And I've been getting my phone hung off the hook. They call me from California and Walla Walla, Washington, and Phoenix, Arizona, and Gulfport, Mississippi, and Dallas, and Fort Worth, Texas, and Tampa, Florida, and Atlanta, Georgia. He said the police from New York City called me and told me it'd be a real good idea if I didn't harm Carl Miller. That's all them 18,000 cops that walked in and filed taxes that old Carl Miller went and helped beat the IRS, you know? It'd be a real good idea if you didn't harm that boy, and don't go to court against him because you're going to lose. Now, you gotta appreciate the humor of all this. As fast as people were being brought into my cell, I was showing them how to get out. And, they didn't catch on right away. This one boy come in there and he had blown 2.0 on the Richter scale, and he was a little tipsy, but I saw he was a big lad, and knowing about big lads, I said, "You probably aren't even drunk." He says, "Well, I'm a little tipsy," and I said, "I blew 2.0. I says, "Well, hurry up. Go over there and start drinking water. Drink, 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 drink. Go potty, go potty, go potty. Drink, 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 drink. Go potty, go potty." About 40 minutes of this, and the guy leans, he says, "I think I'm going to be sick." And I said, "Good, stick your finger down your throat, throw all that stuff out." You know? So he horked all over the toilet. I said, "Now get all that cold water on your neck and your face and put some on your wrists." And I said, "Wipe your face off there, take some of that toilet paper." And I said, "Now bang on the bar and tell that jailer you want a blood test. Tell him it's Rule 802 of the Rules of Evidence. You got a right to the blood test. And you'll pay for it. You got your Blue Cross card. You got Blue Cross? Yeah, I got a Blue Cross card." So he rapped on the jail door, you know, and "What do you want?" He says, "I want a blood test. Rule 802 of the Rules of Evidence say you got to pay for it." The jailer looked at him, and he looked at me, and then he looked at him. He goes, "Man, you blew 2.0 on the breathalyzer. When you think the blood test is going to hang you worse?" He said, "I got a right to a blood test. Rule 802, I want my blood test. You're going to get me a blood test or what?" I said, "I'm paying for it." Now, if they deny you, they got to dismiss the case because they denied you your right to a defense. So the sheriff knew. He's, "All right, I'll get 2 deputies, run you over to the hospital." So they ran him over to the hospital. He come back, he put his arm around me. "Thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate it." He said, "You got me off." He says, "They said I wasn't even drunk." So they got to let me go. He said, "That's what I owe you." I says, "Yeah, and I'm going to collect it right now. You're going to promise me you ain't never going to do this again, right?" He says, "God loves you. He don't want you out there running around, running into trees and people and killing things. If you're going to be driving drunk, sooner or later your number's going to be up. So you got to promise me now. You owe me. I got you off. You were looking at probably 2 years in jail." He said, "All right, I'm never going to do this again." I said, "That's a smart move. Now you make sure you keep your word and you're going to be straight with me." But it was hilarious. And then they brought this little girl in, and she started crying because she'd never been in jail. It's hard, girls, if you go to jail, because all the guys start whistling. And they don't give you no comb for your hair, no lipstick or nothing, you know. And you're not used to having a door closed behind you that goes... And it rattles, yeah. And the guys were all giving them all the business. Hey, honey, what you doing tonight? All that stuff. And she started crying. And I turned to these guys and I said, now, I'd been getting them out right and left, so they knew I was a straight arrow. I said, aren't you ashamed? Look, you made her cry. This is her first time and she's scared, and you made her cry. Now, you tell her you're sorry. And we're sorry, we didn't mean it. And the jailer's picking up on all this stuff, and the sheriff goes, put him in a cell by himself. Close that door and put the glass across there. I don't want him talking to nobody. We're sorry. So we had an entertaining time there for a while. And we were getting them out pretty good there until they figured it out. But they had to shut the phones down in several counties, St. Clair County, Macomb County. I got to see that Macomb County sheriff. He's a friend of mine, too. He's probably going to be mad at me. Next time you go to jail, tell him it's some other county. Don't tell him Macomb. But they blew the phones off of 3 counties that I know of. And you'll be happy to know we went to court yesterday, and I went into the clerk's office to get a stay of execution because I wasn't playing with him no more. That crooked judge that told me when I went to court and I beat the snot out of him, and he told me the court rules don't apply. And I looked at him and I said, gee, Your Honor, why'd we even bother to show up in court today then? Why don't we just go out on the street, we'll draw swords and count to 10, like they used to do, in the old days, when they didn't have no court rules. I don't like your intent, young man. I said, well, Your Honor, my intent is to uphold the court rules and the Constitution. It's my honest belief that our legislature wanted the court rules to be honored. They wanted our Constitution to be honored, and you're not honoring either of them. And it's my position that the court rules are valid, that the prosecutor is in default, that he doesn't have a remedy. He does not have a cause of action. He not only is in default, he never even answered a default, to show you what a hairball he is. I don't know what law school he went to. I'm sure he must have missed that class. You know, the one that says you got to respond to anything that they serve you within 21 days? So, I don't even know that his girlfriend took the bar exam for him because I know he couldn't pass it. The bottom line is, I recused this judge and told him I didn't trust him to sit on my case. And then I proceeded to file this heavy-duty motion to quash her for summary judgment with prejudice, failure to state a cause of action for which leave me granted. And I served it in the circuit court, and I paid the $100 fee, removed it out of this crooked judge's hands.
Keep in mind, this is not legal advice, and that so theoretically, if someone had to go to court, and would they ask the judge on the record, Your Honor, do you get paid more money if I lose the case? And if he says yes, you might want to sugarcoat the words. But if he says yes, let the record show Your Honor said that he gets paid more if I lose the case. And then the Judicial Code of Conduct states that judges must not have a financial interest in the case. And right in the record is the proven financial interest, and that the case can get thrown out, theoretically. Or you could ask the judge to recuse himself for having a financial record, which is against the Judicial Code of Conduct.
While I was in the office of the clerk's office getting the stay of execution to stop them from having their hearing, who do you suppose walks in? Who do you suppose walks into the clerk's office but my good old friend the sheriff? And he looks at me and he goes, you. And I go, yes sir, what can I do for you? He looks at the clerk, you're not putting him in my jail again, are you? I don't want him in my jail. You put him in somebody else's jail. Don't put him in my jail. And I said, well, you know, I've been meaning to talk to you about your jail. You know, you have a really good jail, Sheriff, and, you know, you train your people real good, and they're very cordial. I want to tell you, one of your jailers even gave me the paper that I could file my writ of habeas corpus. And I want to thank you for the cordiality and the kindness and the excellent training that you provide, you know. And if I ever had to stay in the jail again, it would probably be my choice to stay in your jail. He said, well, it wouldn't be my choice. You're not staying in my jail ever again. I'll tell you that right now. There's some of you in this room that are responsible for that, I know. That wrote all of them faxes and sent them all in there about Freedom of Information Act this and Freedom of Information Act that. And they called them guys for they called my jail for 6 days. Who's Carl Miller? We don't have no Carl Miller here. Man, they let him out 4 days ago. Wake up. They didn't like that, folks. And I'm going to share with you that there's some of the leadership here is working on a plan so that we can have a continual program where we just push one button and all of a sudden all the phones light up just like that over and over again. So that kind of pressure can be on these bums when they want to pull a stunt like this. That's right. And I'm going to beat these guys, and I already know that. I know that, and I also know that the prosecutor is kind of out of fight because he came up to me yesterday with a real sheepish look on his face and said, Mr. Miller, you know, that look on his face, I've been a bad boy. We're prepared to dismiss all of the charges if that's amenable with you. I said, well, I told him, put it in paper, on writing, on paper. Yes. And then we will chat about what you put on the writing on the paper. Now, if you can't handle that, maybe one of your secretaries can draw it up and you can look it over and she can read it to you. But we're not doing nothing until it's all on paper, and then I will decide for the record.
Silly.
And I said, but I think you know I am an aggrieved party here, and I have been severely injured. My name has been slandered, libeled, and defamed. I've been false arrested and maliciously persecuted. I said my friend's property has been trashed. I said, you know, I have done everything lawful and right by the book, and by now you must have seen Judge Michael R. Smith's order that tells you everything you did was illegal. And now all of a sudden when you know you're losing, now you're ready to be amenable. And I'm just supposed to say, fine. Now you make me an offer I can't refuse. And I'll tell you, I'd highly recommend you return the property that belongs to them old-timers that own them trailers. Because I understand one of them is a personal friend of Jeff Feiger, and I think he's getting ready to sue. All day, this policeman has been trying to call our guy to see if he'll take his property back. Please take your property back. Please take it. We're sorry. See, when they know God is coming, all of a sudden, it's a different story, huh? Before that, they were real badasses, and we got guns. So do we. You almost got a chance to test them. And I am just thankful to God that militia command people used the brains God gave them, and people of all venues came together to my aid, and I want to personally thank you from the bottom of my heart. I intend to add this as another little notch in a continuing group of notches that show a trend over a period of years of great abuse on the part of all that stuff. I think we're going to have a meeting of the minds real soon because I got them right by the throat now. They wanted to jerk me around on my appeal and stall me out and stretch me out and cost me a fortune. What do you bet I get it all taken away? And now we just recently found a new thing. We found out why they did this raid. You're going to laugh when you hear why they did this raid. It wasn't just for some little piece of stuff. We found out that they found out that we had Michigan Compiled Laws Act 49.33, which says that every officer who is required to take a oath of office must take it within 10 days of his appointment or election date. Now, you start going down and pulling them officers' oath of office and see when they signed it. It's no later than November the 17th. And they must have an affidavit of appointment. Guess what? We find no affidavit of appointment, no oath of office within 10 days. Guess what it says happens then? Everything they do don't mean nothing. Now, what would happen if that was to go across the state and everything these judges have been doing is all of a sudden voidable? Now you're starting to see the big picture. They had 2 teams of these Ninja Turtles. They had, and you'll laugh, they called them Ninja 1 and Ninja 2. Has anybody been watching too much television? So when I quote Ninja Turtles, I'm really not too far off the track, am I? One of them was on the property to the north of us, which is owned by the power company, and they had people on top of the power company looking down, to include the FBI, watching the whole affair. Now, does that sound like some small-time little warrant problem to you? They were waiting to pull a Waco 2, and it didn't fly. And I credit God Almighty and a whole bunch of cool heads and leadership and command structures for that not happening. And I hope that that continues. I try to get across to people that I don't want anybody doing any violent thing on Carl Miller's name. Old Carl Miller's, he wants to go to court. You want to go to court? I'm ready. Because I can beat the snot out of these mental midgets any time of the day or night, standing on my head. And I don't want nobody getting hurt on my name's sake. Theirs or ours. I feel sorry for dumb animals, same as you. Except I think animals are smarter than even these guys. It's been a traumatic time. It's been a bad time for my friends that I was working for, and they were going to be here tonight, but she probably couldn't handle it. I mean, they were scared. They absolutely. They had little kids. They had little kids running around here now. You understand? But I think we ought to start a letter-writing campaign to all state officials to try and put a hook on some of this militaristic ridiculousness that's being brought up by these state police and some of these policing agencies, because I think they've been watching too much Top Cops. And I think their brain is either on something, or it should be on something, Prozac or something like that. Because they got their head someplace where the sun don't shine when you come out on Halloween with 60 Ninja Turtles all dressed up in costume. Like the man said, "Hey, Joe Frost, this is the best Halloween gag you ever pulled, man. This is really heavy." Then the guy shoved the machine gun in his face and it wasn't heavy no more. God, it looks so real. Get on the floor. Get on the floor now. Funny thing is, a couple of the guys were drinking a couple of beers after work, you know, and the cops were such nice fellows, and after they let them up, they give them their beer bags. And one guy says, "Carl, it didn't taste the same." I guess when you've had the spit in your mouth right, it don't taste the same. When you've been scared to death and had the bejeebers scared out of you. I'm just grateful to Almighty God that nobody got hurt. And I'm grateful that my friends and all of my associates and you folks all chipped in to try and get old Carl out. I normally wouldn't take the bond, and of course I signed it, UD 1-207 UCC, without prejudice, all rights reserved. I put everything I could get on it. What's all that mean? Yeah, that's just what I put on my name, you know, like Junior. Yeah, okay, man. That's cool. You know, I mean, we laugh about it now, but it was not a laughing matter on the day, I can tell you. And I still feel a lot of grief for the family and the wife, who cannot even stay in the house anymore by herself. She's so wound up and scared. I mean, she was scared to death. So I again want to thank you very much for supporting us. I hope you watch this tape. We will have the tapes available shortly, and that's the best thing I can tell you. I can tell you that some lady is involved in helping us do a serious set of videos. Believe me, Pastor Strawcutter, I want to thank you. That's one of the best ideas you ever had, doing those videos, because I don't know if I ever told you, but them videos are all over the world. I get calls. I got calls from Malaysia, of all places. From Sydney, Australia. Don't like the show, won't. I got a call from St. Petersburg, Alaska, which is like 8 hours flying time from Anchorage over the mountains on the North Arctic slope. You can see Siberia just right over there. Man, we love your tapes. We love them Carl Miller tapes. Anytime you want to come to Alaska, we'll fly anywhere you want to go. You can put them seminars on anywhere. We can land you anywhere. I got this plane you wouldn't believe. You know, there's power in the truth, and there's power in those tapes. And we need to start even better than we have been, pounding away on those tapes and getting more and more stuff out. Now, a lot of people haven't seen a lot of me in a while. It's because I've been juggling 6,000 cases simultaneously. You're trying to do something like that? I mean, your brain gets fried. If you saw my table in my office, you would think I was totally nuts. It's piled 6 feet high and rising, and it goes around 180 degrees. And it's all people's cases to try and help them. I try and help as many as I can. Now, we're running out of time, so the best I can say to you is bear with us. We're hoping to get more stuff done with Justice Prose. We're hoping to get more stuff done on the internet in Carl's Corner. The very next thing we're putting on is how to do writs of habeas corpus. For them of you that don't know, get one of these when it comes up. Carry it in your pocket, you know? And when the guy says to you, empty your pockets, you empty them right out there. And so, by the way, there's my writ of habeas corpus right there. Just hand it to him. He's got to give it to the jailer and to the sheriff. We'll show you how to do that. And I also want to go into these no trespassing signs, because we just won a case over in Grosse Pointe of all places, and we nailed them for 10 grand for trespassing. You see, that judgment that I read you is a valid judgment. And if you're getting hassled on your property, I want you to put them trespassing signs up all the way around. And when they come out there, send them a bill. You know what I tell them? When you was a kid, how much it cost to get into movies? $quarter. And if you didn't pay the quarter, did you get in? Nope. So you paid the quarter to get in the movie, right? And he goes, yep, $5,000. It's $5,000 to get into this movie, pal. And you know what? They laugh at first. Then the city attorney looked at it. And you know what he said? Uh-oh. We're going to have to pay on this one. And guess what? They're having to pay. We're having a status conference next week, and I'll put it all on the next Carl's Corner. Without further ado, they're going to have to shut down because we got to go. And I got to drive a bulldozer at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, so I got to go to sleep. So I'm thanking y'all from the bottom of my heart. God bless each and every one of you. I hope that we can keep things going. Also, when I get the bond back from this, those that donated and want their money back will be happy to return it. Those that want to leave the money in a fund, we're doing a new thing. We're going to take that fund and we're going to put it into a Justice Prose fund, so that if this stunt ever happens again and we need to get somebody out of jail like right away, we got the thing right there and we just run right down and get them out of jail. Now, does that sound like a plan you guys might be interested in? You can see how effective it was, and I'm out within 2 days and I'm driving them nuts again. I've been on 3 radio talk shows since I've been out. And I'm getting ready to go on Ted Nugent shortly. We're going to get on
Ted Nugent. I'm going to find that one.
I'll tell you what, when I'm done with these guys, we've already been on Dominic's. By the way, Dominic has the tapes. Do you have those tapes? He's got them right there. Yeah, we did his show. And I can tell you, we're going to get with Mark Scott. We're going to get with it. By the way, Mark Scott helped us out too. He was the first one to put it out on the radio, and then they got it out on Worldwide Christian Radio. And I'm telling you, they just bombed that jail. I mean, literally, they shut the phones down. They told information, you cannot give out the number for the Hillsdale jail anymore. And that's because it was a 1-800 number, folks. Well, anyway, thank you very much for your time. I look forward to being around for a while to do more terrorism. On a couple of chapters. God bless each and every one and have a safe trip home.
Yeah.
Page 618. And I just happen to have a copy of the case here. And this is Shapiro versus Thompson.
Oh. Yeah, so Carl Miller is quite the character. Keep in mind that was not legal advice in any capacity. Neither was anything that I said. Yeah, so well, I don't know if I should do another law one or not. The Carl says a lot of crazy stuff. That reminds me, I should ask Ted Nugent if he's got that radio show. The you know, like there's so many anybody that's never really been harassed for no reason doesn't understand about why it's important to know the law, because it doesn't matter if you're wearing a suit, you're a nice person, you're doing nothing wrong. If you got some kind of shitty neighbor or something, that they can make your life hell, and they can fucking, yeah, theoretically, my neighbor's okay, even though he's racist, but what was I doing? Oh yeah, Ted Nugent. Yeah, Ted Nugent used to own like some kind of wilderness store up by Jackson, Michigan. Let's see. Do you got? Okay, so yeah, I remember one time pulled over in Detroit for fucking I don't even know why they pulled me over. They accused me of stealing my own car. I was like, "Are you kidding me? This is my car." You know, it was fucking ridiculous. The well, yeah, they didn't have any logical reason, no warrant, no probable cause. You know, and by the end of the conversation, they were incredibly honored for me to talk about the Constitution with them. They had such little understanding of it. That's typically what happens. I get harassed. They hear an hour long Constitution lecture, and then they end up shaking my hand, and they're like, "We don't even know why we harassed you." It's like, no shit, you know. It's happened like a million times. That's why I hate the cities. I mean, it's funny because the most, god damn it, this UFO guy's always posting fake shit. This fucking like most of the cities, you could be anywhere in the city, they're not gonna harass you, but you drive to a certain spot to go get a nice fucking bucket of chicken or something, and all of a sudden, like, oh, you know, yeah, it just sucks up because the Popeyes chicken, it's got so much MSG, I can't eat that shit anymore. Popeyes is like a delicacy. I always wondered what it was named after. Was it literally named after Popeye, the sailor, or you know what I mean? And then could they not use the sailor emblem because of trademarks, or let's see. So you got some alien shit that I might put on, but I don't know if I should put on some more constitutional stuff. What do you guys want to hear? More constitutional stuff or some alien shit? I mean, technically, I got a science lecture as well. Continuation of Rupert Sheldrake with the Science Delusion TED Talk that got banned. I don't know if that would hit copyrights or not. I don't think it will. Uh, so, what do you guys vote for? The Rupert Sheldrake Science Talk, more Constitution stuff, or alien stuff. Okay, I'll get a word from our sponsors. Well, no, I'm not gonna play that again. Hip hop battles. Okay, so I don't know which one I should put on. Let's see here. 1 second. Okay. Yeah. There's also listen to the Carl Miller Constitution video, and the other Constitution video isn't Carl Miller. It's about a court case. A huge court case which has been around for like 200 years. Let's see. Okay. Well, I'll put on some more of this for a second.
The following program deals with a controversial subject. The theories expressed are not the only possible interpretation. The viewer is invited to make a judgment based on all available information. Tonight, on Sightings, has this team of investigators captured proof of UFOs on videotape?
I'm a pure skeptic, and to see what I just saw, I can't be skeptical.
Do the latest cases of abduction reveal frightening alien motives?
Women begin to experience the gynecological examinations done by the aliens on them.
And could our own astronauts face deadly close encounters with alien forces?
Something is out there, and what it is, I don't know.
At that point, it started to appear.
Hello, I'm Tim White. Tonight on Sightings, people who claim to have had personal contact with aliens. They tell bizarre stories of abduction, and they suggest their captors have sinister motives. Most UFO encounters are easily debunked by experts, but there are still many sightings that cannot be explained, even by the most skeptical researchers.
UFOs. They've been sighted in every corner of the Earth. Witnesses have captured strange lights and disc-shaped objects on film and video. But even before the age of technology, people worldwide were reporting UFOs.
The UFO subject goes back at least 6,000 to 8,000 years in human history. People have many times pointed to the Christian Bible and the old first 5 books of the Jewish Torah as being examples throughout history of UFO contacts. But what we're seeing today is considered by many to be examples of superior technology from somewhere else, probably another planet.
Some places have become legendary as UFO hotspots. Gulf Breeze, Florida, Roswell, New Mexico. Sightings in these out-of-the-way locations number in the thousands. The next hotspot? According to world-renowned UFO researcher Peter Gutella, this town, Anza, California, has all the earmarks of an extraterrestrial mecca.
And we have animal mutilations, we have abductions, we have close encounters of all degrees. We've had the appearance of mysterious animals, and we've even had some of the so-called Men in Black experiences there.
At a local coffee shop, people were willing to share bizarre stories of their UFO encounters.
Kind of. I mean, that's the feeling I get. Like
They revealed that they believe that the Men in Black are actually extraterrestrials, sighted in deserted areas near the town. Each story is stranger than the last.
And I happened to look through the trees, and I saw this vehicle standing just about 60 feet off of the ground. It's like a flying saucer. It had a dome on the top and a platform around, and a couple of persons walked around walking on air. I was delighted to be able to see such a thing. And then all of a sudden...
She meant, not person, she meant yahoos.
Sudden, it was gone.
Anza is a UFO researcher's dream, a living laboratory filled with eyewitnesses.
They moved, first saw them over here, they moved across. This thing was so bright,
There was absolutely no shadows whatsoever on the ground.
It was like a gold trail. It left a gold trail.
Gotilla believes an around-the-clock surveillance here could net scientific proof of UFO activity. Activity reported today and possibly in the ancient past when Indians here drew astronaut-like figures. Because of so much activity, the time was right. A team of UFO experts and skeptics move into the area. This will be one of the largest UFO stakeouts ever. They set up a command post on Thomas Mountain.
No one that I know of has gone out there to do what we did. We had the radar.
This radar can detect objects within a 24-mile radius.
This was pretty elaborate. The equipment was very expensive and very good and very accurate.
The Starlight camera is so sensitive, it can photograph objects in total darkness. Once online, it sees anything that gives off even the slightest light. It easily picks up stars that are not visible with a regular video camera.
This camera is unique because it has an intensifier, which is more than 1,000 times more sensitive than the video camera you have in your home.
Surveying the area, the researchers are looking for a UFO the locals have nicknamed Goldie, a golden glowing craft seen over and over in the night sky from this mountaintop.
Starlight, we're looking at Mount Cahuilla. This is where Goldie, or the UFO, which has been seen about 50 times in the past 3 or 4 years, usually appears. It appears in this area and has been seen actually all across Mount Cahuilla. This is Mount Cahuilla here.
The team gathers data and keeps meticulous notes. They continually monitor the sky. Then, unexpectedly, they're visited by witnesses. Debbie Steinberg didn't want to talk about her experience in town. She hiked to the stakeout area for a private meeting with researchers.
This was about 10:30 at night that it started. And I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, I found myself in a room, and I was laying on a table, and I had 6 beings, and I couldn't tell you what they were doing because I really don't know. But I remember the one that was on the left of my head took something from my head.
Researchers at the stakeout say that Debbie's story fits the classic pattern of what's known as a UFO abduction experience.
I believe that the abduction phenomenon is real, that it is extraterrestrial, that people are basically describing events that are happening to them with an objective reality.
Dr. Jacobs has investigated UFO abductions in his bestseller, Secret Life.
Keep in mind, we don't know if they're all in some kind of weird cult or something. And that also keep in mind that they could be brainwashed or put under hypnosis to say crazy shit. The UFOs are definitely real, but they're most likely man-made. But if they're not, and all this is real, quote unquote, then then we're in deep shit because humanity can't even agree on anything.
Usually, the abduction phenomenon begins in childhood and goes all the way through old age. And so they've had a series of experiences throughout their life.
This is a rendition of the craft I saw when I was 4 and my brother was 3, and where I was zapped with light. This is a drawing of what I call the silhouettes. I'm very afraid of this rod this one carries.
The eye
That's an interesting
is
detail.
long. Long and thin and very black.
There was some eye contact, but it was like you and I are making eye contact right now. It's not that we're looking at each other's eyes, but we're more like reading each other's minds. That's more like what it was.
I'm a hypnotherapist. I am now specializing in UFO abduction cases.
Yvonne Smith heads an abduction support group where people can share their experiences and discuss their feelings.
I was 6 years old, and I lived in Georgia, near Macon, Georgia. And I just remember it was in the middle of the night, and I woke up, and I was staring at the side of the head of the being, and I started to panic, and a couple of the beings in the craft subdued me somehow. And they had a very large instrument that came over my head, and they showed me a little BB looking thing. And they told me they were going to put it up my nose. But then this instrument came over my head and punctured the soft palate of my mouth, and it hurt very bad. And the next thing I knew, I was being placed back in my bedroom.
I'm finding in my cases many chilling similarities. The person is taken against their will, taken into a craft of some kind, put on a table. The women begin to experience the gynecological examinations done by the aliens on them. They feel very violated. With the men, anal probes are inserted and sperm is taken. It's all done against their will, and they're really helpless to do anything about it.
Coming up, the abducted relive more terrifying experiences through hypnotic therapy.
During some abductions, I'm aware of their taking sperm samples.
And later, our UFO investigation in Anza, California continues.
Regression therapy is an extremely controversial method in which abductees relive their UFO encounters under hypnosis. Some scientists suggest that what they're actually reliving might be repressed emotional trauma or subconscious fears from childhood. But for the abductee, the alien encounter is very real.
In abduction cases, many times the person will remember consciously that something strange or bizarre happened to them, something out of the ordinary. They desire to go into hypnosis to retrieve the hidden memories.
During some abductions, I'm aware of their taking sperm samples in many different ways. They've done it in many different ways. With tubes, with like catheters.
Won't elaborate.
There's one way I have not been able to deal with emotionally or under regression, and that's one where there's a being on top of me, and I can't deal with that yet.
Under hypnosis, Jesse Long is reliving trauma that he believes is caused by his abduction experience.
As incredible as it sounds, these people are actually reliving these terrifying experiences.
Long claims to have not only emotional scars, but real physical scars as well. Even more disturbing are stories from women who believe they were abducted for breeding purposes.
As incredible as this may sound, we have come across in the research cases having to do with missing fetuses.
I remember they numbed me from the waist down, and they took something that looked like
Well, I was going to do constitutional stuff, but there was a vote.
umbilical cord attached to placenta, and they levitated it into some kind of chamber.
Later abduction
I got like 10 more minutes.
scenarios, she is actually shown a baby. Now, this baby is not like a human baby that, as we know it. It's a cross between an alien and a human.
It's the central question of UFO research today. Why are they manufacturing these offspring, these babies? If we knew the answer to that, I think we would have a large part of the UFO mystery finally in hand.
Not every reported encounter with an alien is frightening and traumatic. Some people who've claimed contact with extraterrestrials tell us that for them, the encounter was a peaceful communication.
That was certainly the case for Dorothy Izad of Vancouver, British Columbia.
I went over to the window, looked out, and there was this enormous thing up in the sky. It was in the shape of a diamond. And as I watched it, like there was a whole group of little, like, silver dollars that came out of the large ship.
Dorothy and her family reported that UFOs appeared every night.
I've been with her. I've seen these things. We all went down and we saw the phenomena. You know, flying in formation, you know, streaking across the sky, this sort of thing. She tells me what they are. But I'll never be convinced until they drag me screaming and kicking into one of their ships. And I'm afraid that's my nature, and that's where it'll stay.
I found that through the test that this person is telling the truth, whatever she's doing, and that she's honest, and she's a very average, normal individual.
This is what witnesses have seen. These are not street lights, airplanes, or other conventional lights. This is actual footage of unidentified flying objects. This is a single frame of Dorothy's film, equivalent to 1/18 of a second. The streaks do not appear on the frame before or after this one, suggesting that the light is moving great distances in an 1/18 of a second.
We looked up into the sky, Dorothy too, and she went to the window, and she looked up, and she said, "Oh, come on. Do something for my friends. They've been here for so long." And right away, 3 shafts of light, as bright as anything, just shot right up into the air where we were watching.
My communications with the light beings are that they're very worried about us humans, because we usually do.
Well, that's a bad spot to pause it, but so go through your old photo albums. Go through all of them, all your old photo albums, and you'll find very rarely a picture that looks exactly like the image you've seen on the screen of the UFO. You'll see some kind of light that's erratically moved across the picture. It's very interesting. Anyways, back to this.
Things without thinking. The weapons we build, the way we raping the earth, without thinking of the consequences.
Although it does not appear that this film has been altered, skeptics believe these images are the result of light phenomena emanating from Earth, not UFOs. But Dorothy believes these lights are alien spacecraft and that she can communicate with the creatures inside.
Coming up, what caused an unmanned Soviet probe to be knocked out of Martian orbit?
This is something that most likely destroyed the Phobos 2 mission to Mars. And it can do it again.
And our hunt for UFOs in the Southern California desert continues.
Whoa,
the greatest challenge for a serious UFO researcher is finding hard evidence. Film and videotape are easily faked, and skeptics distrust first-person accounts. The team we followed into the California desert made every effort to maintain a scientifically valid investigation.
All kinds of state-of-the-art technology continue to arrive at the surveillance site.
This radar works like any other radar. It's a precision piece of equipment which utilizes radio waves, which are bounced off a given target to determine its relative size, speed, and location. And that's how it communicates.
Theoretically, radar signals could also be picked up by an alien craft. Another signaling device is this laser. This high-powered laser acts as a beacon, but researchers also fear it could be interpreted by approaching craft as a hostile act.
On this laser here, you would probably be able to see it reflect off a surface approximately 2 to 3 miles away, although the laser beam does continue on to infinity. So if I was to shine a laser straight up, it would continue on beyond the Earth's atmosphere and continue on forever.
Most UFO research is privately funded, but the U.S. government is now launching its own search for extraterrestrial intelligence with a NASA program known as SETI.
SETI stands for Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and it's an effort by NASA and a fair number of astronomers to look for life in the galaxy. We're going to turn the world's largest telescopes toward the heavens with the idea of looking for some signs that we're not alone in the universe. The idea is to listen for radio signals that might be deliberately or perhaps even accidentally transmitted by other civilizations.
Any signals from space will be analyzed by a sophisticated computer system to determine if an alien life form is trying to communicate with us.
It's been said that in the first 30 seconds of this new NASA experiment, we'll collect more data than all the experiments of this type that have collected in the last 30 years. So that's a big step forward.
While the U.S. looks for proof of alien spacecraft, the Russians believe they already have proof.
In 1988, the Soviet Union launched 2 unmanned probes to explore Mars and the space around the planet. Phobos 2 achieved Mars orbit in January of 1989. However, something then occurred which there is apparently no prosaic explanation for. According to the Russians, they encountered with their unmanned craft an anomalous object, or a UFO, which was computed out to 25 kilometers. What we have is an infrared photograph taken from the Phobos 2 probe. This is the Martian moon Phobos. This is the UFO that apparently the Phobos 2 craft encountered. What happened was the craft observed the UFO. It took some photographs of it. Then, according to Soviet sources, this UFO turned toward the Phobos craft. The Russians then lost contact with it, and the craft has been gone ever since.
I think it took out Phobos 2 mission because Phobos 2 saw something it was not supposed to have seen. If I were in a spacecraft now to Mars, especially to Phobos, I would feel terrified because in my opinion, based on the knowledge that I have, something is out there. And what it is, I don't know. But this is something that most likely destroyed the Phobos 2 mission to Mars. And it can do it again.
Coming up, the startling results of our UFO investigation.
And I'm totally freaked out. I mean, I've got shivers going all the way up my spine.
From the outset of their investigation in Anza, California, the research team realized that the chances of capturing a UFO on film were extremely remote. But even with a skeptical eye to the skies, the team made a startling discovery.
Maintaining the surveillance equipment and recording data has been a full-time job for researchers. 2 days and nights of hard work finally pay off. After day-long preparations, a strange light appears in the sky. The camera was not in position, but skeptical observers were.
And I'm totally freaked out. I mean, I've got shivers going all the way up my spine. I don't know how to explain this. You know, I'm a pure skeptic, definitely. And to see what I just saw, there's, you know, I can't be skeptical.
We saw a yellowish orange light appear over the mountain. It traveled a little bit to our right and split off into 2 lights.
And as we watched them, they began to fade in intensity, and after about 30 to 40 seconds, they disappeared from view.
The sighting lasted only 15 seconds, but soon another UFO appeared, and this time the cameras were ready. The team captured this amazing UFO video.
You guys watching this inside?
It's going up, going straight up.
Go, go, go. 249, 249.
We are presently watching this light, anomalous light, it's now rising above Mount Cahuilla. It appears to be more oblong or saucer-shaped than a conventional aircraft would be.
This starlight videotape may be all we ever know about the UFO nicknamed Goldie. Neither U.S. military sources nor the FAA have a definitive explanation. Researchers in Anza now have extensive logs and video, but none of it can yet explain who or what is out there.
With so many sightings and contacts reported, even the U.S. government is now taking notice. NASA will spend $100 million over the next 10 years to scientifically search for intelligent life in the universe. One wonders if this mission will show that spaceships and extraterrestrials are more than science fiction. For Sightings, I'm Tim White. Good night.
On the next Sightings, some claim real-life vampires still exist today. We uncover startling new evidence of the living dead. Plus, a Scottish house of horror that's terrorized locals for hundreds of years. On the next Sightings.
Okay. We'll go back to this.
People now pour light and understand. When I passed, I could look. Old ground was my feeling. I'm gonna live down. I'm gonna give me a mojo hand. I'm gonna live down. I'm gonna give me a mojo hand. I just wanna fix my woman's soul. Can't have no other man.
Flaming Hopkins. Alright, back to... Alright. This is one of my favorite videos. I don't know if that song is...
It brought face to face two eminent statesmen who have profoundly affected America as we know it today, to meet the needs of an ever-growing...
Okay, here we go. Marbury versus Madison.
The foundation on which rests the government of the United States is the Constitution. Like most important political documents, the Constitution is subject to interpretation. That is one of its great strengths. The Constitution is not a legal straitjacket. It is firm and yet flexible enough to meet the needs of an ever-growing, ever-changing nation. Naturally, the question arises, who is to say what the Constitution means? Who is to say, for example, whether a law enacted by Congress is constitutional or whether it is not? Congress? The President? The judiciary? The question arose during the very infancy of the Republic. It brought face to face two eminent statesmen who have profoundly affected America as we know it today, President Thomas Jefferson and Chief Justice John Marshall. What Jefferson said was this: the voice of the people is supreme. Let the people decide through their elected representatives what the Constitution means and what it means not. What John Marshall said, on the other hand, was this: the Constitution itself intends for the federal judiciary to make that decision, men who are appointed to the bench for life and who therefore stand above party strife and political turmoil. The difference of opinion of the two men on this crucial issue was resolved within the framework of a case known as Marbury versus Madison, a case which was heard before the Supreme Court in 1803 and which led to one of the most important decisions ever made by that court. Sometime during the fall of 1801, four men decided to pay a visit to the United States Department of State. The four men's names were Marbury, Ramsey, Harper, and Hoe. President Adams, during the very last days of his administration, had nominated them as justices of the peace for the District of Columbia. The Senate had confirmed them. President Adams had signed their commissions, and the then Secretary of State, John Marshall, had affixed to the commissions the seal of the United States. However, in the great flurry of activities during John Adams' exit from the political stage, these commissions had disappeared. Jefferson's Republicans were in power now. Thomas Jefferson was president, and James Madison, Secretary of State. And the commissions of Marbury, Ramsey, Harper, and Hoe had still not turned up.
Gentlemen, I'm Mr. Marbury, William Marbury. This is Mr. Ramsey, Mr. Harper, Mr. Hoe. We're here to see the Secretary of State.
On what business?
We'd prefer to put that directly to Mr. Madison.
Mr. Madison has given instructions, very strict instructions, sir, that he be informed of his visitors' business before they are admitted.
Very well, then. We're here to inquire into the whereabouts of four commissions. Commissions for these gentlemen and myself as justices of the peace of the District of Columbia.
The whereabouts?
That's right, the whereabouts. We know that they were signed by the President and sealed, but they were never delivered to us.
If you'll wait a moment, gentlemen.
He'll see us.
He won't.
If he doesn't, I'll make him jump. You mark my words.
Make him jump? There's little chance of that. You keep forgetting, Marbury, we lost the election. Mr. Jefferson is in charge now, and he'll play the tune, and we Federalists will do the jumping. We lost those commissions when we lost the election, and that is that.
Well, I don't think that is that. We have a legal right to those commissions. Doesn't matter which party owns that desk.
Bad acting.
Marbury, let's go home.
Not until he sees us.
Gentlemen, I'm Mr. Wagner, the chief clerk. The secretary has urgent business and cannot see you. He has directed me to talk to you. I'm at your service, gentlemen.
Mr. Wagner, this matter concerns the secretary himself.
He cannot be disturbed. I'm sorry. If you will be so kind as to state your business.
Mr. Wagner, the four of us were nominated by President Adams as Justices of the Peace for the District of Columbia.
Former President Adams.
The nominations were confirmed by the Senate. They were signed by the President, but they were never delivered to us.
I know nothing about that. Nor, I'm sure, does anyone else here. Least of all, Mr. Madison. You're aware, of course, that he didn't take office until May.
I know that. However, Mr. Wagner, the commissions were last seen on a table in the State Department. Now, Mr. Madison is in charge of that department, and we intend to hold him responsible.
I doubt that he'll accept that responsibility.
Just so we don't misunderstand each other, Mr. Wagner, the withholding of an official document of the United States, a commission of office, is a crime for which a man is punishable under the law, even if that man is the Secretary of State.
You're not considering, are you, taking the Secretary of State to court?
Yes, we are, Mr. Wagner. As a matter of fact, we will take him to court if that's what it takes to force this department to produce our commissions. You don't think any man is above the law, do you? The Secretary of State? The President himself? Now, Mr. Wagner, are you going to tell us about our commissions or not?
I know nothing about them, sir. Nothing at all.
Marbury and his companions would file a petition in the Supreme Court. What they demanded specifically was that the Secretary of State, James Madison, be forced by an order from that court to hand over to them the commissions to which they felt themselves entitled. The power to issue such an order, they knew, had been given to the Supreme Court by the Judiciary Act of 1789. The court then consisted of 6 men: Chief Justice John Marshall, Justice Alfred Moore, Justice William Patterson, Justice William Cushing, Justice Bushrod Washington, and Justice Samuel Chase, all appointed by either George Washington or John Adams.
Let us assume the men have a case. Question: is there a statute which would empower this court to hear it?
There is. Section 13 of the Judiciary Act of 1789.
The language, Mr. Patterson?
Section 13, Mr. Chief Justice, authorizes us to issue court orders in cases warranted by the principles and usages of the law to any persons holding office under the authority of the United States.
Then we can issue an order to the Secretary of State directing him to produce these commissions.
If the case warrants it.
I feel constrained to point out that this case, should we decide to hear it, and should we have reason to find from Marbury, that this case will set us on a collision course with President Jefferson.
Now that he and his Republicans are in power, good, good. Only a matter of time.
Notice how all the people in modern times think Jefferson was a Democrat, quote unquote. He wasn't.
Until they lay an axe to this court. The last remnant of their Federalist opposition. Now we have a chance to head them off.
Only to be accused of acting from political motives. No, Mr. Chase. We would be furnishing Mr. Jefferson with ammunition.
Irrelevant. Whether we furnish him or not, he carries enough political cant in his head with which to load his cannon until the day of doom. We can't furnish him with ammunition.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes. Well, assuredly, this court has no business meddling with the executive or with his cabinet members. On the other hand, if Mr. Marbury is entitled to his commission, And if it's being wrongfully withheld from him, it appears this court has certain responsibilities. Responsibilities which I, for one, am willing to live up to.
Thank heavens, Mr. Giles, there are some matters that brook no opinion. There's only one way to bake a tart or fromage, and this is it.
I thank God, Mr. President.
No need to make light of it, Mr. Congressman. It's heaven. It's bliss. Mr. Madison.
Mr. President.
What is that paper you have in your hand, Mr. Madison?
It's an order from the Supreme Court.
What order?
I've been asked to show cause why I should not be directed by the Supreme Court to produce certain commissions. Commissions as Justice of the Peace in the District of Columbia, the names of Marbury, Harper, Ramsey.
Ignore it. Ignore the order.
Nothing further.
Nothing. My friend, the Chief Justice. What could have been more plain in the world than that he was just waiting for this opportunity?
To strike at you. Yes, Mr. President. To strike at the executive authority of this government. It's plain as day that he intends to furnish the opposition an opportunity to abuse you, to vilify you. It's not enough to ignore him, to do nothing. You have been attacked, Mr. President. Strike back.
These commissions, Mr. President, do you know anything about them?
I do, yes. I found them on the table of the State Department when I took office. I forbade their delivery. You hadn't arrived yet.
Ah.
You find this irregular? Consider 42 commissions that man Adams crowded into the last hour of his administration. 42! And all of them picked from among my worst enemies. And with the simple motive of preventing me from staffing my administration with my own people. What else was I to do? Except for the life appointments, which are irrevocable, I've treated them as a nullity.
Expedient, but not altogether legal.
What else could I do? For so many years has this republic been under Federalist rule. For so many years have we labored to drive them from the government. And now that we've done it, we have routed them from the legislature, routed them from the executive. They hang on, thanks to Mr. Adams, they hang on to the judiciary like fleas to an old blanket. And the worst of it is we must feed and care for them while they try to strike down, safe in their own fortress, to strike down and ruin all the works of republicanism. They must be.
Move. Counter move, Mr. President. Repeal the Circuit Court Act. Repeal the entire judicial system. At one blow, we shall terminate all present office holders, create a new system entirely, and cut back the power of the courts to its proper limits.
Maybe we should restart the Federalist Party. Just to add the Constitution Party, nobody would vote for it. We're just like, no, man. Anyways, back to the word.
The people govern, not the courts.
Well, that's madness, Mr. Giles. The judiciary system is perfectly adequate. It will suffice to replace its present occupants.
Is it madness, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Giles, it is. But in my present frame of mind, it's also a very tempting idea. Not practicable, but it is tempting.
Mr. Giles.
The Circuit Court Act. Yes, I wish to see it repealed. As to replacing the present occupants of the judiciary, I think you're quite right, Mr. Madison. Yes. Let's keep our eyes open for any opportunities to impeach. 2 or 3 of these gentlemen, I think. That might have quite a good impression.
That is not enough.
Well, I shall not try to destroy the federal judiciary, Mr. Giles, although I wish to see its power curbed. The Constitution prescribes that the three branches of the government balance each other. None is to dominate the other. If we permit the Supreme Court to concern itself with the business of the legislature and of the executive, we shall have conceded to them the right to control this business. And that is inconsistent with every idea of good government.
Thomas Jefferson viewed the Supreme Court's action in behalf of William Marbury as an attack upon the executive. He retaliated first by means of the Congress. Under his direction, Congress repealed an important piece of Federalist legislation, the Circuit Court Act of 1801. Congress then suspended the June and August terms of the Supreme Court. Next came impeachment proceedings against a federal judge by the name of Pickering. And finally, there were rumors that Supreme Court Justice Samuel Chase was marked for a similar fate.
There was a leaf that blew in on my window, so I was like, what the fuck is that? A bug? And I'm like, no, it's a leaf. I'm like, thank God.
The rights of the individuals are at stake. Yes, of course. But there's a great deal more to it. The independence of this court is at stake. The independence of this court is provided by the Constitution. It's no longer merely a legal question that concerns us here. Congress has seen thoroughly to that, and I presume under Mr. Jefferson's prompting. If we take it up now, we do political battle. However the prospect of that may strike anyone else, I find it extremely distasteful.
I find it hopeless. We are in midst of a battle, yes. A battle which we cannot win. If we find for Mr. Marbury and order Mr. Madison to produce this accursed commission, what will happen? Nothing. Mr. Madison will simply ignore us. As we have no way to enforce our decisions, we shall have established ourselves as an irrelevancy. If, on the other hand, we find against Mr. Marbury, it will be said that we have vindicated the president because we fear his anger.
Ridiculous.
Quite so. No, we're damned either way.
I've always thought
the second rolling cigarette.
The greatest scourge an angry heaven could inflict on a sinning and ungrateful people would be an ignorant, a corrupt, or a dependent judiciary. This court must give honorable proof of its independence, or it'll be said we don't deserve it.
We're not and never should be in the business of making political warfare.
Peace doesn't come from the absence of conflict, Mr. Washington, but from the ability to cope with it. If a wrong has been committed, and if the Constitution authorizes us to act on it, does anyone claim that the Secretary, or even the President, is above the law? And if they have violated the law, gentlemen, consider, where can a man turn for the protection of his rights but to our courts of justice?
Arguments in Marbury versus Madison were heard before the Supreme Court in February of 1803. Charles Lee represented Marbury and his companions.
The Secretary of State, gentlemen, is not above the law. Where he acts as an agent of the President, under the direct orders of the President, he may not be responsible to the court. But he is also a public servant to the people of the United States. As such, he has duties which are assigned to him, not by the President, but by the law. In the execution of these duties, he is independent of all control except the control of the law. The people can compel him to do these duties, and if he refuses, he must answer to the courts. Now, we do not wish to punish Mr. Madison for his refusal to surrender to Mr. Marbury the commission to which unquestionably he is entitled. We wish to protect Mr. Marbury. and to see that he gets what is due him. This objective can be achieved by means of a court order to Mr. Madison demanding that he forthwith produce the commission which will install Mr. Marbury in the office for which he was nominated by President Adams and in which the Senate confirmed him. If a court order of this nature can be issued at all by this court, it can be issued to the Secretary of State. The act of Congress gives this court the power to award it in cases warranted by the principles and usages of the law to any persons holding office under the authority of the United States. Gentlemen, I think the case warrants it.
On its face, the case had nothing to do with the question as to whose interpretation of the Constitution was the binding one. Yet, Chief Justice Marshall made it the springboard for a crucially significant pronouncement on just that matter. He did so by questioning the constitutionality of the very act of Congress which had empowered the court to hear the case in the first place, Section 13 of the Judiciary Act of 1789.
Well, can there be any doubt that Marbury is entitled to his commission? Surely we can agree on that.
Are we maintaining that for such a document to take effect, that it suffices for it to be signed by the President and to be sealed, that the act of delivery is irrelevant?
The commission is valid from the moment it is signed and sealed. I think.
You remind me of a fellow I had in the witness box, Mr. Chase, a great many years ago. Kept answering my questions with, I think. So I said to him, don't think. Tell us what you know. He replied, well, I'm not a lawyer. I can't talk without thinking. Now, 3 questions need to be answered in this order. Number 1, has Marbury a right to the commission which he is claiming? Number 2, if he has a right to said commission and that right has been violated, do the laws of the land offer him protection? Number 3, if the laws of the land offer him protection, what can we do for him? Now, can we direct Madison to produce the commission due him?
Can we? Of course we can. We heard this case precisely because Section 13 of the Judiciary Act gave us the power to act, if necessary, in such manner.
All right. Question 1. I think we have an agreement here. His commission was signed, it was sealed, it is valid.
Then we must have agreement on question 2 as well. If the commission is valid, if Marbury has a legal right to the office of Justice of the Peace, then refusal to deliver that commission is a plain violation of that right, for which the law of the land offers him protection.
Agreed, gentlemen? Now for the crucial question. Can the situation be remedied by an order from this court directing Mr. Madison to surrender the commission to Mr. Marbury?
I thought that was agreed on from the beginning. Section 13 of the Judiciary Act empowers us to issue just such an order.
It'll be ignored.
Yes, but the law is clear.
Is it really, Mr. Patterson?
Is there any question of that?
Might be.
Of whether it is clear?
Of whether it is clearly the law.
Nothing clearer. It was passed by Congress, signed by the President.
Well, I've studied this Section 13 closely. I've also refreshed my memory and, incidentally, my respect for that very excellent instrument, our Constitution.
And?
Well, the Constitution says that we have jurisdiction in cases such as this. Article 3, Section 2. But the case must come to us on appeal from a lower court, gentlemen. Here, look it up for yourself, Mr. Washington.
Tea time.
Yes, of course.
Marbury versus Madison did not come to us on appeal, gentlemen. It originated in this court.
Perfect. We have no jurisdiction. The case is closed.
Not quite.
Oh?
Section 13 of the Judiciary Act is in conflict with the Constitution. I propose we make the point.
How so?
By declaring it unconstitutional. Section 13 presumes to give us jurisdiction where the Constitution plainly says we don't have it.
I disagree, Mr. Chief Justice. I disagree. Section 13 merely says that we can issue a court order, quote, in cases warranted by the principles and usages of the law. It does not specify the nature of the case. It does not say, in cases which originate in this court, nor does it say, in cases which come to this court on appeal. Section 13 merely says, in cases warranted by the principles and usages of the law. So, Section 13 need not be construed as conflicting with the Constitution. All depends on how we interpret it.
Mr. Patterson, can Section 13 be interpreted as giving us jurisdiction in a case like this that originates in this court?
Yes, of course.
Then, it is in conflict with the Constitution.
But we don't have to interpret it that way.
But we can, and I urge that we do so. That we find Section 13 unconstitutional, and that we so declare it. Gentlemen, I ask for your consent.
Why is it not enough to say that we have no jurisdiction? Why go further? Why?
Plain as day, Mr. Patterson. It's perfectly extraordinary. A Declaration of Independence, Mr. Patterson. By declaring Section 13 unconstitutional, an act passed by Congress and signed into law by the President, this court will have staked its claim to the right to say to the legislative and to the executive what the Constitution means and what it means not. Mr. Patterson, we shall have stated emphatically that it is the province of the Judiciary Department to say what the law is. What puzzles me, Mr. Marshall, is when we decided to hear this case on the basis of this Section 13, and when you first laid eyes on it, did you decide then that it was unconstitutional? Did it occur to you then that we might use this case?
Sometimes our best opportunities come wrapped in our worst problems, Mr. Washington. It's always been my belief that the only way to safeguard the Constitution was to put it in the hands of the judiciary. Not in the hands of the legislative, not of the executive. After all, the Constitution is either superior to the law, unchangeable by ordinary means, or it's on the level of ordinary legislative acts and can be changed whenever the legislative or the executive is pleased to change it. If this be the case, if, say, the legislature were in a position to change the Constitution whenever it pleased, well, then a written Constitution would be merely an absurd attempt to limit a power which by its very nature is illimitable. Certainly, all those who have framed written constitutions contemplate them as forming the fundamental and paramount law of the nation. And consequently, the theory of every such government must be that an act of the legislature repugnant to the Constitution is void.
John Marshall's decision in Marbury versus Madison was as follows. He said, "The Constitution does not empower the Supreme Court to issue a direct order to Mr. Madison to produce the commission to which Mr. Marbury is legally entitled. In other words," he said, "we have no jurisdiction in this case." But then he went a step further. He said, "Section 13 of the Judiciary Act of 1789 purports to give the court a power which the Constitution, in fact, does not give it. Section 13, therefore, is unconstitutional." What on the surface looked like inter-party wrangling was used by Marshall to resolve a great political issue. The question, Who is to say what the Constitution means was answered. The Supreme Court, said John Marshall. President Jefferson disagreed.
I disagree, yes. Of course I disagree. Why should the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court only, have the right to tell us what the Constitution means? The Constitution, which Mr. Marshall so cherishes, wills that the three branches of the government are equal. Equal, Mr. Madison. It is the judiciary branch's province to tell us what the law is, claims Mr. Marshall. On what grounds? I ask you, on what grounds? There isn't that much in our Constitution to justify Mr. Marshall's claim. Let each branch of the government decide within the framework of the duties assigned it by the Constitution for itself, and for itself only, what the Constitution means and what it means not. Now, that is proper. That is in conformance with the principle of equality of the three branches.
I think that's Madison talking.
And if there had to be one branch to interpret the Constitution for the others, I say let it be Congress.
President Jefferson won his battle against Marbury and his companions. They never received their commissions. Chief Justice John Marshall, however, won the war to establish the Supreme Court as the final arbiter of the meaning of the Constitution. He declared for the first time an act of Congress signed into law by the President as unconstitutional. The right of the courts to pass on the constitutionality of laws, the principle of judicial review, was not new. It had been exercised before at the state level. In Marbury versus Madison, John Marshall extended it to encompass federal law. In so doing, he established the right of the Supreme Court of the United States to say what the Constitution means and what it means not, to the government of the states and to the federal government as well. Marbury versus Madison taught America that the Constitution cannot be ignored in settling great political issues. It stressed the limitations on governmental power provided by the instrument, and it affirmed the constitutional duty of the Supreme Court to decide if and when the political branches of government exceeded their constitutional bounds.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a complex case, but it's relevant to the Carl Miller constitutional stuff. What the fuck's no, I guess I just okay, so yeah, I was looking for some scissors. Okay. And so I got one more video, one more joint I can probably smoke. Next one is another alien thing, I think. It's the next episode of that Sightings.
Tonight on Sightings, it's the search for the...
Welcome to Sightings. I'm Tim White. Tonight, monsters. They inhabit the nightmares of childhood and the folklore of every culture. And now there are scientists who believe that monsters aren't just myth. They're real. There are bizarre creatures among us that can't be explained. Some of them have been captured alive. And many of them live in our own backyard.
Since earliest recorded history, there have been monsters to strike a chord of fear in all of us. In the Bible, monsters represented pure evil. They took many different forms, but all had the same goal: to do the bidding of an unrelenting Satan. By the 1800s, the sensibilities of Victorian society gave monsters a human face, but their evil deeds were decidedly inhuman. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein became fictional folklore, but the strangest account wasn't to be found in the pages of a Gothic novel, but with our 26th president, Theodore Roosevelt.
In the late 1800s, the woods of this country, the wilderness areas, were wild and dangerous. President Roosevelt found out just how dangerous these wilderness areas could be. Teddy Roosevelt loved to hunt. He loved to chase creatures through the wilderness, track, shoot. One night he found out this wasn't as much fun as he thought when his hunting party frightened a Sasquatch into the camp of 2 trappers.
Sasquatch.
One of the trappers was killed, neck broken, body mutilated, half-eaten by what seems to be, for all intents and purposes, a Sasquatch. 18.5-inch footprints were found the next morning, and Roosevelt was discredited. He became obsessed with finding this creature.
This is a theory developed by world-renowned Bigfoot investigator Terry Albright, based on Roosevelt's own writings about his hunting experiences all over the world. Although Teddy Roosevelt never actually came face-to-face with a Bigfoot, Albright claims he was obsessed with stories of reported sightings and carried the fascination to his grave.
God damn it.
Now, if Sasquatch is out there and potentially dangerous if aggravated, how many other creatures or things that go bump in the night are out there that we don't know about?
This is Hollywood's version of monsters. Creatures designed to scare us, even horrify us with their bloodthirsty qualities. But Hollywood monsters are...
The Pentagon must know.
Men in silly rubber suits.
Hollywood pokes a lot of fun at monsters. But the fact of the matter is, we have unexplained deaths. The Pentagon must know. Therefore, why aren't we being told the truth about this creature?
Despite resistance, Terry Albright continues to search for proof of Bigfoot and other alleged monsters. One unlikely hotspot is Bishopville, South Carolina. Residents here have encountered a bizarre humanoid creature that's rumored to haunt the nearby swamps. On July 5th, 1988, the Sheriff's Department responded to a call from a man who said he had been attacked by a scaly, 7-foot-tall monster locals have dubbed Lizard Man. 20-year-old Chris Davis was changing a tire on his car when he heard strange sounds.
And after I finished changing the tire, I was putting the stuff in the trunk. And I heard a noise. I looked back. I see something big running toward me. So I shut the trunk and ran to the car. I heard a loud crash on the hood.
Something or someone had clawed the hood of Chris's car and ripped off the molding. Footprints that didn't match those of any known animal were found near the attack site by Sheriff Liston Truesdale.
Whoa.
This track was found in the woods.
That was a weird track.
Not
What was
long
that?
after the Lizard Man story broke out.
That's pretty
No
wild.
one knows what creature
kind of
could
fucking
have
giant
made this
baboon or
claw-like
something?
print, 14.5 inches long and 7 inches wide. There are
Jesus.
alligators in the area, but no one believes the prints or the attack was the work of alligators or any other animal known in the pages of traditional biology. And yet each year, there are bizarre discoveries that drastically change our perceptions about life on Earth.
It scared me because of the traits it had.
Everyone believes that there is something here.
Let's say we went back that way, and I went that way.
Sound
nice
far
joke.
out? Well, pandas were once mysterious monsters in China until Western zoologists tracked and cataloged them. Marine biologists estimate that there are over 1 million species of sea life yet to be discovered.
Jesus.
In 1989, Woods Hole Oceanographic captured these incredible bioluminescent creatures, and no one knows what they are. Could these be real living monsters that somehow survived from prehistoric times? Experts believe the ozone layer is shrinking, creating climate changes. DNA may be mutating, and with unprecedented heat and drought, who knows what bizarre new life forms may be created by these atmospheric changes.
Coming up next.
Its appearance was just a large humanoid creature walking like a human being.
Our sightings investigators search for the legendary Bigfoot.
There is no possibility that could be a man in a fursuit.
A monster 8 feet tall, half
It's
man,
possible.
half beast.
I still think
Perhaps
it's real,
the elusive missing link between humans and apes. Since the first recorded sighting in 200 BC, creatures matching this description have been reported worldwide. But witnesses have caught only fleeting glimpses of the monster we now call Bigfoot. Is he, or she, real? From their office in San Dimas, California, Terry Albright and his partner Peter Gattila are obsessed with tracking down the legendary Bigfoot. For over a year, the team has been concentrating on a rash of reliable sightings in Sonora, California. Signs of the creature's impact on local business are everywhere. In fact, the residents have adopted Bigfoot as an unofficial mascot.
Travels up and down the West Coast, and it's in Alaska in the summertime and then comes back down here for winter.
Biggest thing is size and its movement. More human-like than anything, than any animal.
Weird. What's he saying that it migrates
It had to
south
be
during
Bigfoot. There was no other answer.
Here, Albright and Gattila ask eyewitness Faye Milner to return to the site of her first Bigfoot encounter.
We got out of the car, and dogs started raising hell and just barking and sniffing.
My friend, he had a barn, and that he had cameras and stuff because he had an old car in it, like a Ford Fairlane or something. It was a nice car. Well, it was really just he had like $10,000 in the engine. It had like a race engine or something, but like, so I was smoking a joint with him one time, and he's like, "Look at these footprints," and that he was showing the footprints and the I don't remember if I watched the video on his phone or if it was on a TV, but it was either way. It was something ran through his through his property, and that well, it wasn't. You couldn't tell what it was, and the footprints were definitely human, but they were like way far apart. You know, if I was like running as fast as I could, I don't even think my feet could like have that distance. You know what I mean? Like it was a huge distance. Like I tried to imitate it because there was snow on the ground, and that the footprints were way far apart. They didn't look huge or anything, but they were bare footprints, and they were just fucking. And his barn was out in the middle of nowhere, and it was there's no way that somebody just was running through his. We tried to track the tracks, but we couldn't. It seemed like they were just. It was very bizarre because it was like, I mean, I could see if it was somebody. I mean, I can run pretty quick, I'm like tall and stuff, but like, I don't know. It was just weird. It was like, what the fuck? Who the fuck's running out in the woods, fucking like 20 miles from any town, and they're just fucking running barefoot? Like what the fuck? I mean, it could have been some kind of fucking. I don't know. It was just bizarre.
And carrying on. So I just looked around. I thought, well, maybe there's something here. Looked up here and saw 3 Bigfoots standing there.
During an examination of the forest, the researchers found evidence they believe confirms Bigfoot was there. And recently,
These branches way up here and up here. Now, some of these branches have been rubbed raw of bark.
Someone was eating the bark off the branches.
Places where things have been broken off, as you can see, through here. Not only that, below it, there is a path. Here is a branch that has been knocked off.
Because I always wondered, it's like, and that's interesting that he's pointing that out. Because I used to walk through the woods all the time before all the fucking ticks went everywheres. But like, you go into the pine forest, and there's like, it seems like there is a lot of branch. Because I used to climb the pine trees and break the branches off just for fun. But like, it seemed like there was. I don't know. That's interesting what he was pointing out.
And walked over many times. Broken branches here, pushed down branches there. Something has obviously come through here regularly.
the evidence is similar to that found through
I would say the biggest evidence is simply the fact that there's all these mold castings of these footprints But that's not the relevant part. The relevant part is that there's toe prints, like fingerprints, but toe prints, and that not all of them have it, but a lot of them do, and that if somebody was to make fake feet or something, and like, you know, draw in every little fucking circle on the fucking fingerprints, you know, that'd be some meticulous shit, and fucking you'd be at it like for fucking, you know, the I don't know, it's just a weird subject.
Out the Pacific Northwest and British Columbia, and eyewitness descriptions are strikingly similar.
We could see them go behind that tree in through that opening, and then they were gone.
What I saw was about a 6.5, 7 foot creature, Bigfoot.
That's the scariest I've probably been in my life, to be that close to something and not see it and feel it. And the way it was breathing, I figured that thing was big, big.
Its appearance was just a large humanoid creature walking like a human being.
In the Himalayas, it's called Yeti. These tracks were found at the base of Mount Everest.
There used to be a dude that he had a freezer, and that he claimed that he had a Bigfoot, and that he would bring it around the fairs and stuff, and at some point some kind of government officials, according to the dude's story, they paid him for the thing or something, and then gave him a replica, and that it's very bizarre. I don't know if it's true or not.
The Chinese call it Fei Fei, a 10-foot tall creature whom they say has a taste for human flesh. Native Americans call it Oma. In Canada, it's Sasquatch.
That's what they are.
And in the western United States, we call it Bigfoot.
Sasquatch is giant.
October 20th, 1967. Bigfoot research pioneers Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin discover the trail of what they believe is an enormous Bigfoot. They gather what evidence they can, and deep in this pine forest, begin to feel an uneasy presence. They face a dilemma. How will they react if a Bigfoot actually appears?
We came around a bend in the creek where there was a downfall tree. At that point, as we came around the bend in the creek there, this creature was standing beside the creek.
This one might be fake.
Presence of the creature, the horses reared.
It's very bizarre,
Roger
though,
Patterson
because
was thrown to the
ground, Bigfoot's got
but
breasts.
steadied his camera long enough to capture this legendary creature on film.
They encountered it very close, I think 20, 25 feet away, and Roger Patterson turned on his movie camera, ran after it as far as he could, and finally he stopped and it walked away.
Further perspective on the footage comes from Grover Krantz, a physical anthropologist at Washington State University.
Here is a cast that was made at the in 1967 at the site where Roger Patterson got a movie of one. And this is what I would consider to be probably an adult female. The creature has extremely wide shoulders, well over 3 feet wide. And I've done some measurements, and no human being at 6.5 feet tall would have shoulders and chest widths to equal that. So there's no way they could fit their arms in the costume. I've gone through the whole film and reconstructed everything, the exact body movements and everything you can. And I'm satisfied that there is no possibility that could be a man in a fursuit. There's just no way around it.
If the film is not a hoax, then this is the moving image of a giant unknown species, probably female, as she passes alone by a river. Her slow retreat suggests no fear of man and no desire to make contact with us.
Films, videotapes, and plaster casts of giant footprints do little to satisfy skeptics who believe that Bigfoot is nothing more than hoax and folklore. Scientists demand more conclusive proof, and some believe that proof may be found in the fossilized jawbone of a species called Gigantopithecus.
In the late 1950s, an anomalous lower jawbone was discovered in China. Dr. Krantz believes this may be scientific
taken into
proof
effect,
that
taken to in the there was a mound or something in Wisconsin where I think it was 9 or 13 giants were found, giant skeletons. And nobody knows who they were. You know that there could be some sort of
Bigfoot exists.
I think giants are definitely a possibility.
I've taken this jaw
Bigfoot would be considered
and
a
tried to
giant.
reconstruct what I think the entire skull would look like. This is what I've ended up with, that this is what the Gigantopithecus skull would have looked like. So I would certainly say the best guess as to what Bigfoot is it's Gigantopithecus still with us.
With mounting physical evidence from all over the world, Krantz believes it's only
look
a
how
matter
far
of
the part
time
of those
before
prints were.
responsible researchers make the scientific discovery of the century, the capture of a living, unharmed Bigfoot.
Coming up.
We knew right off the bat it had to be some kind of a monster in the lake.
Has science found proof that the Loch Ness Monster exists?
Well, there's a good indication that there may be some strange animal that we haven't discovered yet.
If we are to believe the thousands of sailors and fishermen who've seen them, enormous sea serpents have populated our oceans and lakes since earliest recorded history. The most popular spot for sightings is, of course, Loch Ness in the Scottish Highlands. For 1,400 years, residents have searched for proof of a monster they know is there. The celebrated Loch Ness, 24 miles long, its waters so deep, dark, and murky that legend has it this body of water is cursed. Locals will tell you the lake never gives up its dead. Since 565 AD, hundreds have witnessed a creature no one can explain.
There came out of a loch was this huge shape, massive shape, brown grey in colour, huge. And it then zonked back into the loch, and then the loch was flat calm. And what I saw then was waves about 18 inches high going to each side of the loch. And then it just disappeared.
Believe it or not, we saw this great neck emerge from the water, at least about 5 feet, we estimate, above the water at an angle. Head and neck seemed to be one. Then it moved down with a sideways kind of motion and disappeared. And we hadn't drunk a drop of whiskey that morning.
These witnesses are seeing something strange and alive in the water. But what? Some believe that there are prehistoric creatures in Loch Ness that have survived extinction. What else could explain this bizarre figure, captured in the most famous of all Loch Ness Monster photographs? Taken by a reputable London surgeon in 1933, this was the start of a worldwide search for proof of the monster.
And the big question in all this, of course, is, are these animals real? Why don't we catch them? Why do we see them so rarely?
In order to answer these questions, scientists have used many different techniques to photograph or even capture the Loch Ness Monster. In 1975, the Academy of Applied Sciences made headlines around the world with these remarkable pictures. They clearly show a flipper and the body of a creature never photographed before. Could this be what locals affectionately refer to as Nessie? With this new evidence, the search for a living monster intensified. Operation Deep Scan was mounted. Boats equipped with sophisticated radar and sonar worked together to scan every inch of the lake. Then, one underwater scanner picked up a startling anomaly.
Atlantis, what depth did you find target at, over? It started at about 480 feet down and rose up to 320 feet before we lost the target, over.
When we work with sonar, we get strong sonar contacts in Loch Ness. Obviously, we have to resolve that because the two may be linked.
So what is in Loch Ness? The answer may also explain what is in Lake Okanagan, 9,000 miles away in British Columbia, where residents describe an equally mysterious lake monster.
We had slowed down somewhat and moved over for it because it was coming straight for us. As it got across from us, we could see that this object, it was about 30 feet in length, and it was stirring up a tremendous amount of water.
Could the creature that reportedly inhabits this lake be related to the Loch Ness Monster? The sightings follow a similar pattern, going back 100 years when Indians named this monster Ogopogo.
All of a sudden, Ogopogo came to the top of the water. And my husband looked at me and he said, "Oh my God, it's Ogopogo."
We figured it's around 40 feet long.
I bet there's one in Lake
and there's
Superior.
no fish in this lake 40 feet long, so it wasn't a fish.
We knew right off the bat it had to be some kind of a monster in the lake.
Unlike Nessie, an
Lake
Ogopogo
Superior's
sighting
way
has rarely
scary.
been captured on film. But in
You don't wanna
1987,
swim in
an
Lake
American
Superior.
film crew shooting a news documentary on Ogopogo made news themselves when they shot this rare videotape, an unidentified creature rising to the surface of the lake.
Nothing around it, nothing in front of it, nothing behind it.
What did the news crew film? Was it an extraordinarily large fish or a prehistoric cousin of the Loch Ness Monster? Are witnesses seeing the same type of creature 9,000 miles apart?
I don't know if I've
And
seen
could
it.
there be more yet to be discovered
Pretty sure
in
that one
other
photo
bodies
is
of
fake.
water around the world?
That one.
There's a good indication that there may be some strange animal that we haven't discovered yet. Chance will eventually perhaps favor us with discovering everything that lives in the ocean.
If lake monsters actually exist, where did they come from? One intriguing theory suggests that during the last ice age, certain prehistoric animals were trapped in what would later become freshwater lakes. The possibility that these monsters are actually living dinosaurs propels scientists to continue serious research.
Coming up, the world's most bizarre and frightening creations may be forced into our own backyards.
It wasn't a natural thing. It was some kind of, I think it was an unnatural creature.
A bolt of lightning, 100 million volts of electricity. Experiments have shown that this may have been the jolt that created life out of seawater. If that's true, imagine the beasts that could be created in the toxic waste of the 20th century.
I've never seen anything like it. I was very, very scared.
Perhaps the most amazing discovery of all was this creature, captured by Japanese fishermen in 1985. This bizarre carcass was caught off the coast of New Zealand, but the fishermen did not realize the importance of what they'd found. These rare photos were taken before the body was thrown back. Satellite photographs show that thousands of square miles of Pacific Ocean may be heating up. Near Mozambique, a fish thought to be extinct for 2 million years is captured alive. Could all these events be a hint of other monsters yet to be discovered?
When I first saw it, the neck was way out of the water. So I went to turn my boat to avoid this.
Whoa.
And then all of a sudden the top of it swiveled. Like, you know,
that's pretty spooky.
That's when the excitement started.
Gary Limetta was on a pleasure cruise when he encountered a sea monster. This exclusive footage captures an 8-foot neck rising from the surface.
From what Gary Limetta has described, it looked to him like a very large turtle without a shell. The big question is, what can this animal be? After all, we have a catalog of a great number of animals that we have caught in the ocean. Are there any others?
We may soon find out. Dwindling animal habitats and destruction of the world's wild places mean animals, perhaps monsters, will soon have nowhere to go but into our own backyards.
Yeah, it didn't look like a giant squid head.
Because of the traits it had. You know, it wasn't a natural thing. It was some kind of, I think it was an unnatural creature.
Humanoid monsters and bizarre creatures of the deep have terrified people for thousands of years. But perhaps we shouldn't fear these so-called monsters. Remember, every day on this planet, more than 20 species of plant and animal become extinct, vanish from the face of the earth. Perhaps serious study of those creatures we call monsters can reverse the process. For Sightings, I'm Tim White. Good night.
It's over.
Bobby's new girlfriend is beautiful beyond belief, but could she be a killer in disguise? Criminals off the...
I guess I could swap one more joint. Alright, so we're gonna put on some science lecture. Where's that? Science lecture. Oh, there it is. Okay. This is a banned TED Talk. Rupert Sheldrake was banned from TED Talk for this TED Talk I'm about to play. Literally banned from TED Talk. There's nobody else that's been banned from TED Talk. Rupert Sheldrake is a badass. 2013. Yeah, I remember when this came out. Like, oh, Rupert made TED Talks. Hell yeah, you know. Kind of goes along with how mathematically I think that the universe is a lot like zooming into a Mandelbrot set. It's a mathematical. Oh, don't thank me. Go to Rupert Sheldrake's YouTube and follow his YouTube. You might be amazed at some of the stuff he talks about. Interesting. He said that it went back in 1945. Wonder if it had anything to do with the end of World War II. Yeah, definitely a good lecture. There's extended lectures of that as well. Played one of them the other night. Oh, but let's see. Yeah, so I don't remember if I got. I mean, I had some new notes and books and stuff, but I put them all in a folder to make room for all the videos to put on here or whatever. Let's see. Where's it at? Okay, so the where's the button? Okay, so nah, I don't know. Too many new notes. Not really worth going over. But I mean, let's see here. I could end it on some kind of ridiculous note. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see. Where's the button? Well, maybe I should. Okay. Maybe I'll just put one more joint. I rolled two. Okay, so what should I discuss? I haven't really spoken much last two episodes. Where's the button? What should be discussed? Okay. So anybody got any ideas? What should be discussed? Any range of topics? I'm just putting the glitch on because it's funny. Any range of topics. Any questions about research? Any questions about damn, this isn't a very big joint. I might have to smoke two joints. Occipital nerves. What does that mean? You talking about the eyes? The back of the skull? Huh. Well, those are what, you got a neck problem or something? The yeah, the that's why I was taking this stinging nettle because oh, the stinging nettle's good for nerves. Oh. Yeah, the I mean, I got books on anatomy and stuff from the 90s. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. Okay, so, like, okay, for example, in the MI6, they teach that if you're coming up behind someone, you don't look at them. You don't look at them at all because, you know, that's what they teach in MI6. So, I mean, like, if you were gonna, like, you know, boo, you know, jump up behind somebody and say boo or something. Freaking, or, what was I? Let's say some kind of joke about pouring beer on somebody's head. That'd be cruel. that would be a bad joke. That's definitely not funny. Okay, so yeah, this thing about psychic ability. Psychic ability. Oh, the morphogenetic field. This psychic ability is this interesting subject. So, taking into account what Todd talks about sometimes. Oh, damn. Smoked too many cigarettes. I think I'm going to quit cigarettes again. This is like the 10th time this month. This time it's for real, though. Okay, so, well, I guess I could bring up a book. You know, everybody wants to know what magic is. There's many types of magic, many different types of magic. And that the one type of magic is ceremonial magic, for example. And that many of the books will dance around the subject. I find it hilarious that Crowley gives away all the secrets. I mean, he misunderstood certain stuff, such as Freemasonry, for example. But so Crowley says in his book Ritual of Magic, he goes over different various ceremonial aspects and all this bullshit. But then he says, at one point, he says, none of it's about any of this shit. He says, it's all about tricking the mind into believing that you can do it. That's what I was demonstrating the other night with the deck of cards. Deck of ordinary playing cards. I mean, technically, one of those guesses, I guessed two of spades, and that was accurate. And that was not a trick. That was me flat out guessing out of like 10 guesses or so. And some of the other cards I was very close on. Even I swear I like shuffled the deck a million times. You know, like shuffle them different ways just to the trick with cards. You don't want to like hold on to the card in the same spot for too long, because if the card gets warm, then it'll stick. And so that's what the magicians and stuff do, or the excuse me, not magicians, the sleight of hand people. They'll take the deck of cards. They have the person hold it. Keep in mind the deck of cards is very littered with symbology. 54 cards, including the two jokers, which has to do with the tarot. And out of those, there's 22 cards that are the major arcana that include the jokers. But so, well, the thing about holding on the cards, they have you pick a card, you know, you take the card, you hold on to it, You put it in your hand. There's a one-handed card cut. Oh, shit, I'm not very good anymore. I can't do that shit. One-handed card cut. I used to date this cougar that was expert at poker, and she was a professional poker player. Which, and it was funny because she used to play like a robot. It's like, what the fuck? This bitch is fucking. All she's doing is pretending she's a computer. I need to go to a casino sometime. I've never actually been. What was that? Wait, I missed. Oh, Mesmer, yeah. The Mesmer thing, yeah, that's a good point, Rogue Philosopher. You're definitely listening. Because these books are. Well, so back to that trick, though. You pick a card, you hold on to it, whatever card it is, and then you hold on to it, and then the longer they get you to hold on to it, the more it warms up. And then when it goes back on the deck, and then they shuffle it, they can usually get the right card. But that's why I like to shuffle and try to not hold on the cards too long, get them warm, and if they get warm, then they'll fucking stick, and not like stick, but they'll won't shuffle efficiently. But so back to that ceremonial magic thing. Crowley says, I can't hear shuffle anymore. Crowley said in his book Ceremonial Magic, he says all this stuff. He's talking about all these fancy ceremonies and shit, and then he just says, "Oh, by the way, it's all just to make yourself believe it, to believe in the psychic ability." They teach magic in cartoons. What is it? Peter Pan. Just believe you can fly. Think happy thoughts or something. Well, no, that's not the right one. Was there's always some sort of premise, and stupid cartoons and shit where the main point is just to believe. It's interesting what Rupert Sheldrake was saying about perception, but see, I disagree with him about the eyesight thing because if you see like the microphone, right here, I don't know if you can see it. There's a microphone, but see, I can see the microphone, and then I can touch the microphone, and I can feel that the microphone is exactly what I see. Why does my camera always go out? Fucking my camera and my audio always goes out. Mostly just the camera though. But so the deck of cards, moving algorithm. The cards themselves. People who count cards. They see the cards different than what a normal person sees them, and it's not always. Poker is an interesting thing because not only is it about thinking about the cards, the numbers, how many there are, how many have been dealt, how many the statistics of what if you say hit me, if you're gonna get the right card. Like say if you're playing 5 card poker and you know how many cards have been dealt. You've got like 2 cards of full house or something. Or say, you know, say the whole game's near the end or something, and you know that none of the aces have been played, and well, no, it's not really even about that. Sometimes you can win a hand of poker with just a pair or just a flat out bluff, which is, I mean, and it's funny, the bluff of poker. Just pretend like you got a bad hand, and then bet low. I mean, because a lot of people will just sit and they keep the poker face. They don't say nothing. The gambling chick that I used to, the cougar, her face didn't move when she was playing poker. She was like a fucking robot. Uh, my friends were like, "Oh, bring her over, play poker," because they were playing poker and stuff, and fucking they're all smoking cigars, and when I get there, it's a lot of smoke. But so freaking yeah, she beat them all in poker and took all their money, and and then they were all mad at me. It was like, it's like, I told you, the fucking lady was a professional poker player. You don't play around with fucking poker players. They and think you're gonna win. Yeah, like, what was I saying about that Crowley thing? Yeah, the believing. Yeah, I already said that. I remember once the only time I went on vacation was, besides going up to Lake Superior, was like Florida. When I wanted to take us to Disneyland, me and my stepbrother, because she had went there and a bunch of the kids or something. She lived there for part. Well, I don't know if she lived there, but I don't remember how. Either way, she went to, because my grandparents used to live right next to Disneyland. But like, I mean, not anytime recently or anything. But like, uh, and they confirmed the Walt Disney's head being frozen in the tower. They said it was in the tower of the castle, a cryogenic chamber which had Disney's head. I remember hearing about this show when I was a kid. I was like overhearing conversations and stuff. Yeah, the what was I gonna, cards? Something about the cards. Yeah, it's always good to be an observer. Never really, you know. Oops. But so, like as in just, like if you go shopping or something, you really say stuff to people or anything. I mean, I always talk to the cashiers or people just to tell them to keep an eye out for silver quarters and silver dimes, because they're worth like $5 or $10. Well, I mean, these days they're worth a lot more, but yeah, we'll put this right now. Yeah, yeah, Crowley, he says it all. He says, "Oh, the person does the thing, and then they're doing these actions, and they believe that it's, kind of doesn't help if the initiate, knows that it's a trick, but it's not a trick though, which is, it's not a parlor trick. It's not sleight of hand, Like here, I'll demonstrate a sleight of hand. Here's my camera still going. Okay. So here's a sleight of hand ready. Take a card. I don't know if I can do it good. I'm gonna flick the card. That's sleight of hand. It helps better if you like. Well, I mean, the flicking of the card covers up the sound of moving the card. See, I did this trick on JJ's channel the other night. I don't know if anybody knows. It's better if you use the back one. Oops, I fucked it up. And if you hold the cards, you go like this. Oh, I fucked it up. It's so, but so you get the idea. So that's sleight of hand. That's the sleight of hand card trick. It's just a trick. It's not a real supernatural thing. But so the ceremonial magic that they are performing a ritual. And this is why I told the German lady, it's like, magic is not to be understood, it is only to be taught. Because when the participant understands it, he can't be mentally fooled into believing that he has the psychic ability. But the thing about it is that the tricks work. And I don't mean sleight of hand. I mean like psychic ability. That the ability to read someone's mind, if you believe it. If you believe you can read their mind, you can read their mind. And it's, I mean, that's basically to spell it out plain English. That, you know, it's an interesting thing. I mean, you've seen the demonstration of that video where the guy was feeling the pages of the book, and he could see the image with the blindfold on. That he demonstrated psychic ability. The magicians, the whole that it's interesting. Eminem brought up the Mesmer thing, the book Mesmer. You know, that he must have been very susceptible to the or not Mesmer, Swedenborg. He must have been very susceptible to the oh, it's already light out. Almost. Damn it. I need to go to sleep. Swedenborg must have been very susceptible to the awakening of psychic ability. You know, because like, you know, like normal people who don't have psychic ability, because not everybody has it. I would assume it's, well, I don't know what the variables are, but the one time I shuffled the cards a bunch, and then to prove, you know, and I to prove that to my girlfriend that, well, I was just doing it for fun. She did not believe me, but you know, I shuffled the cards, you know, like cut them a bunch, shuffled them fucking like a bunch of times, and then I was like, boom, ace of spades. Oh, that's 9. Damn it. I wasn't trying to that time. But I did it in the first try. And ouch. Where's my ankle crack just sitting here? But yeah, so what was I getting at? Well, I don't really know about that co-creator thing, but I think that there's laws to the psychic abilities, limitations. It's very interesting because that whole movie with that horrible movie with Nicolas Cage, where he's the next movie, 2007. He has a psychic ability, but only for like a minute or two or something. But so it was interesting because in the movie they put him in some kind of Professor X type psychic power enhancing machine, and that I've seen the patent of the psychic of that same thing. I remember seeing it and I was like, wow, just like X-Men, just like the cartoon, just like the comic book. And then it was like, what the fuck? And then I watched that movie for JJ's podcast, and fucking Operation GCD. It was the next movie, and in the movie they, the dude got put in something. His eyes were being held open, and it was some sort of room that was meant to enhance his psychic ability, which is bizarre. I mean, so then take into account ancient cultures, the idea of amulets, and that the people would make these decorative, like some kind of like necklace medallion or something, amulet. But there's amulets all over ancient Egypt of scarab beetles, small words of good luck or something. The and then it's like the people of different various cultures would always make these amulets, and that they were, I don't know if there's some kind of willed intent put into the amulet, or if it was just simply that the people believed in it. The people believed that when they wore some gloves or, like a watch or some kind of necklace or something, that it made them have supernatural abilities, or even like a cloak, like a wizard's cloak. The idea that each thing was enchanted in a different way. Video games use this kind of, this whole ideology. An enchanted baseball hat, it's like in the there's a TV show when I was a kid. I think it was called Mighty Max or something. It had like a cartoon owl that was Virgil, and then some like Arnold Schwarzenegger wannabe, and the some kind of like Conan the Barbarian type character. And that in the show, I'm pretty sure that there was a hat that opened portals, but it wasn't that the hat was doing it. It was that I'm pretty sure that the dude believed he was doing it because of the hat that Virgil had given him, and that there's so many different like movies and cartoons that spew all these magical ideas. And the different people producing the cartoons or movies, they push different types of quote unquote magic or ideas, or conceptualized understandings, and the models of reality. But the thing about models of reality is that that they anybody can make a model of reality, but that doesn't mean it's real. It must have accurate measurements. It must be all accurate, and it must have a functioning state which is within the laws of probability. and that the yeah, like cartoons. I used to sit and watch cartoons. My grandpa, he wouldn't say much. He'd just sit there and watch cartoons. I don't know. He probably drank too much when he was young. Glad I never really drank. I mean, I drink a lot, like when I was like, back in 1998, but that's definitely a long time ago. We were drinking like the nastiest shit, fucking like Southern Comfort, 100 proof with like a bunch of like Bush Light beer or something. No, it was Bud Ice. That's what it was. I remember we were drinking once in 1998, and this dude was on this roof, and we were all like smoking weed on this porch or some shit. It was like 2 stories up, and he's like, oh, I bet you blah blah blah, I can jump off this roof and fucking. He said some crazy shit, and the people made bets. I didn't make any bets, but and then he jumped off, and he successfully landed, and fucking did like a perfect, it was a perfect landing and stuff. It was pretty ninja like. It was pretty good. I mean, I was impressed. There's no way I'd fucking jump something like that. Fuck that. I almost fell off a roof once when I was roofing. Fucking, I didn't sweep because I was retarded, and you gotta sweep the roof like all the time when you're roofing if you're, because you don't want to like slip on some fucking roof pebbles, I don't know what the fuck the technical term for those things are. Let's see here. What happens if the screen? Oh, no, that isn't. Oh, here we go. Maybe I can switch spots here. Oops. Wait, which screen am I on? Oh, god damn it. Okay, this is fucking retarded. Okay, I can't. Oh, okay. I'm retarded. Okay, alright, well, I'll just put it back like this. Okay, so let me just take this thing off right here. Okay. So what was I getting at? Psychic abilities. So yeah, or stuff that was just taught in movies and stuff. It's like, it seems like so imagine like this whole concept of ceremonial magic, quote unquote. And then imagine these India religions that teach this thing, and that talking about like the well, okay, so what I think was going on with because I've studied all of Terence McKenna's research, that he went there and he was like, "There's nothing going on here." He couldn't figure it out, but I think I figured it out. What was really going on in India, and this has a lot to do with modern Freemasonry as well. But so this whole hypnotism thing, because remember what it said in the hypnosis books. It's just like I've always said with the occult, magic, etc. Any secret society, you enter the secret society, you must come of your own free will and accord. Come of your own free will and accord. Does it sound like pirate words? Accord. Yarr. But so these occults, imagine if there were things more advanced as ceremonial magic. Not necessarily more advanced, but that instead of you doing the ritual yourself to obtain a psychic ability, which you already have, it's just the manner of making yourself believe that you have it. You know, because the government doesn't employ psychic spies for no reason. They work. It's real. But so the same odd thing about certain psychics that are actually real, that help investigations and stuff, that, you know, that shit's fucked up. Because if somebody was psychic and they seen some kind of visions, you definitely wouldn't want to see some kind of maniac's visions or something. That would be like fucking that'd be fucked up. But so now imagine instead of you inducing the belief in yourself through the ceremonial magic, that someone else does it. And I forgot to say about this thing about the hypnotism books. Remember that all the books say that hypnotism will not work unless you believe. That's very important. Because remember, the first rule of magic, the first rule of secret societies, you must come of your own free will and accord. Yar. I'm thinking about ditching the baseball hat. But so, and I can also bring up degrees about we're Buccaneers, our fellow, whatchamacallit? What is that word? Buccaneers, or I think it's like the 12th degree. I can't remember. But so, I'm trying to just shuffle these cards really good. But so, I need to go play poker. Sell some of my magic cards and go play poker. Maybe I can like get rich and buy a swimming pool and make everybody come hang out and swim. Swimming pools are cool. I was thinking, ain't a pool table. Yeah, like a giant pool table, not like a shitty one. You know, has to be regulation pool table. Fucking what is it, 10 foot or something? 8, yeah. Because all the fucking bars always have. This is why I hate bars. I never would go to bars. I mean, once in a while, just for one drink or something. But like, they all the pool tables are not the regulation size, and I grew up with regulation size pool table. Even though I grew up shitty, but like at least we had a pool table. I mean, it was a nice pool table. It was. I mean, I didn't grow up that shitty. I mean, cable television, but there's never anything to eat. It was like fucking no food. Well, yeah, okay, but so what was I getting at? All these games and stuff, cards, pool, even what is that? Roulette. Technically roulette goes back to Babylon. 1 through 36 is 666 if you add them together. But so, damn, it's already 20 after. I gotta go to sleep before. I should probably go to sleep at like 40 after. Okay, so how do I finish up this magic lecture? But so, yeah. Oh yeah, I remember where I was at. Okay, so you come of your own free will and accord. So now take into effect ceremonial magic. You knock at the door 3 times. Well, this is complex. I mean, so this whole thing of, how do I want to get into this? Okay, so you come of your own free will and accord, and that the person believes in the spell, they believe in the ceremony, and that the person goes into the ceremony, and that and then they well, imagine if it wasn't something that was for their own enlightenment, but imagine that it would be something for the opposite, for their own darkening. The metaphorical sense of mind, spirit. Let's see. Ace of Hearts. Fuck. Okay. Now there was an Ace of Hearts anywhere near there. Okay. I don't peek when I try to guess because I don't want to, cheat at fucking. Well, I mean, I should shuffle up like that, so then I can technically see the card in the screen. I'm just trying to prove that I'm not fucking. I'm just hoping I get a good guess here. I mean, it's interesting. Just imagine. Well, wait, I gotta go back to that other subject. Okay, so this idea of from chapter 3 of Dark Side of Freemasonry. The book discusses group hypnosis. Group hypnosis, not individual. I mean, you individually enter, but then you become the group, the quote, thought form, end quote. I don't even, any question. The thought form, I'm always reading the books and the fucking books, But so the group mind, it's literally the language Alice Bailey uses, and that Mesmer, the experiments they were doing in the 1700s, they were inducing a group mind. I think Eminem brought up earlier. He said that what did he say? I forget his YouTube name. He said something about Mesmer. Oh, the thing where they were all holding like rods or something, and the rod was going into like a tub of water or something, and that the person who was conducting the group with the mind trick would then eat something, and that the people who were in the circle holding on to these rods that were going into the water, I don't even know if the rods were relevant in the water to begin with, but so that they were they would taste what the person was eating, and that the same with like if somebody pinched their arm or something, they would all feel it. So they were experiencing a group mind that was induced into them through their own free will and accord. And so this is what religions secret societies. This is what it all is. If you're to psychologically and analyze it, and to include hypnosis, because I mean that's always been one of the thing about like hypnosis is very, you can never figure out how they were doing it. I remember being in school in the fucking psychology class, because I would always elect to take psychology just to see what, and it was all bullshit. I knew more than what the classes even taught, just because I was a fucking nerd. But like, but so it's the psychology thing of chapter 3 of Dark Side of Freemasonry. This, 'cause most of the book, it's okay, but it's all written in this heavily Christian perspective, which there's nothing wrong with that. But there's so many arguments about what modern Christianity is compared to what it used to be, where it's because it's like when you read all the pastors stuff versus the secret society stuff, and then you find that both parties are not conclusive in what they're saying. You see that the what was it? Yeah, the hypnosis thing. Okay, so this is what they're doing in these cults and stuff. Let's see. Okay. Damn, I don't know what this one is, but I think I know what the next one is. Not that's trick. Maybe I should cut the deck again. Okay. So let's see. Jack of clubs or spades. Damn it. Nah, 4. I'm way off. Okay, so this Jack of clubs 2 cards away. Okay, so the what was I getting at? Let's see. Oh yes. So the group hypnosis thing. They all believe in it. They believe. It's all about belief. That's all it's about. And I don't know how I can emphasize that even more, because fucking it's all about belief. That's what they're doing. That's how they conduct it. They make the group mind. Anyone who's not in the group mind is rejected. If they don't have the group thought, they're rejected. And that this is, I'm sure you've all experienced this, where, like, remember, like, being young and shit, and all these cliques and stuff, and you just try to be friends with everybody, fuck you, But so, same thing with these different secret societies and religions, and even political groups, especially right now, the political mindset of people. There's like a strange there's a strange, like, what is that? It's like it's like they're having dispensations of reality, taken from reality or something. Like they I don't know. It's like how. I mean, this has to do everything with the morphogenetic field of Rupert Sheldrake's theorem. it's like how are they able to sense it? Is it something just like if somebody's walking behind you and you can sense it? You know what I mean? Like what Rupert talks about, he did studies on it. It's definitely conclusive. But so, wait, I should be looking up when I shuffle, so I don't actually see the card. Let's see. So, what was I getting at? The make sure it's inclusive. Or no, what the fuck was I getting at? Okay, so this morphogenetic field. Imagine it like a flock of birds, and that, like literally speaking, a demonstration of the morphogenetic field. The flock of birds is flying in a giant wave, and that fucking my camera freeze. Oh, well, okay. So a flock of birds, it's like a giant wave. They're all moving in a coordinated pattern. If you were to have a bunch of people with remote control airplanes or literal airplanes, that they would not be able to fly in such a coordinated pattern. They wouldn't be able to all move at the same time. All that the birds in the sky and their flocks, that when they, because I used to live on a farm and there'd be like big fields, and like you'd see all these blackbirds or whatever, and they would all land at the same time, and then when they would take off, sometimes they would all move in this crazy. They would all move the same exact way, and that none of them would touch the other bird, and fish do it as well, but birds are more keen to it, I think, because they are reptiles, basically. Reptiles are odd creatures because reptiles have a third eye that's literally like protruding from their head, and that reptiles they don't think like we do. They think different. You can tell by observing. Well, I mean that's a weird subject because my friends had iguanas and stuff, and all sorts of, that didn't seem like they acted like certain stuff. I mean, I've wondered, cause it's same with like all the fucking the fucking wild cats outside. Only one of them will like pet it, and fucking the rest of them are all, they just, if you say something they can't even hear it. If you like, you gotta like snap your fingers to make them hear it or something. Like the same observations were observed when people would find people that grew up in a jungle or something and were wild, that people that were raised by wolves, that they couldn't hear the human voice, they couldn't hear it, and that they wouldn't respond to it, not whatsoever. And so I mean, it's interesting. It's very strange. I mean, so like, which, because it seems like if somebody was raised by wolves, they'd hear the howl of the wolves, Anyway, I don't think I can guess a card here. Let's see. Jack of clubs. Damn it. Okay, I fucked up. But yeah, so I need to go to sleep. I'll probably talk for like 5 more minutes. The group hypnosis. They're doing rituals. The people believe. It locks them into further belief. Then they make them believe something from the past. And then make you believe something from the future, and then the belief of all of it encompassing yourself. This is what the Magi are doing to lock you into the hypnosis of belief. See, everybody's always asking me about my religion and shit. It's like I don't believe anything. I know it. I know there's a God. I don't have to get permission from some religion. You know what I mean? I don't have to call it anything. I don't have to have a name or any sort of book to prove it. I don't need that because fucking there's certain it seems well. I mean, that's the thing. It's like because there's all these myths made up about God and stuff. Like you know, and that most of the time I would say that nothing intervenes, but sometimes it seems as though miracles are real. The I mean, I guess what would be a good example of a miracle? I mean, there's stories where like people. I'm trying to think of if I've ever seen a miracle. I don't know if I don't think I've ever seen a miracle. Well, no, okay. One time, me and my friend were throwing big rocks into this rock pit. We're in the middle of the woods, and like fucking, there's this giant rock pit. It was probably like 12 feet around or something, maybe like 15 feet around or something. It didn't like it wasn't like a deep rock pit or anything, but like I figured out that I could throw a rock and make it bounce and ricochet in a certain direction, you know. So I was like trying to launch these big stones off, you know, ricochet them off the other stone that was on the ground, and then see how far I could make it bounce, you know. But my friend went to do it, and then it didn't. It wasn't a very round rock, and it like ricocheted right towards my face. It was like a giant boulder. It was like it had to have been like fucking. It was a big stone, and fucking somehow I like I like seen it all in slow motion, and I like went like this, and the giant stone was like woof, right by my face, and fucking and I thought it was like at least like a foot or two from my face. I didn't think it was like right by my face, you know. And fucking my friend and somebody else, a couple of people were there, and they were just all like, "Whoa!" I mean, that's not really a miracle. That's, I mean, I hate to think that I have some kind of skill, but I guess it was some kind of skill, I would suppose. It was a miracle. I mean, not like a supernatural miracle, but like I was so stoned, fucking, I was like stoned out of my brain. I fucking smoked like 3 blunts or something. Fucking, and then I like dodged this, I like ninja dodged this fucking boulder. That everybody's pretty impressed. It was pretty cool. But so, okay, let's see. Ace of Hearts. Ah. Dang, there ain't no ace. Dang, I don't, how the fuck did I guess that shit the other night? Fucking, but so, yeah, it's like this whole group hypnosis. That's why Rome is so important and understanding it, because the two Babylons, that book lays out, you know, and then combine that book with the that Sword and Brimstone book or whatever, written by that guy that wrote the book Born in Blood, that he quotes the law that says Rome became the Roman Emperor Caesar became the Pope, and that there's other books which go into detail about the lineages of Rome, and that some of their relatives and stuff related to Babylonian kings and shit, and that's not even about. Well, see, there's also the Alexander the Great thing. It's like if that what's the name of that? Schrodinger's? No. What's Ripley? Something Ripley. I think his name is not the Ripley's, believe it or not, but he wrote the book, the Man That Would Be King, and that. But it's interesting because in the book, well, I guess it's irrelevant, but it's not. Well, the part that is relevant, though, that Alexander the Great supposedly, went to like the Himalayas or some shit. I don't remember. No, not there. It's like India or something like that. It was some kind of weird, far off place, and it was that he'd found the treasure of Alexander the Great, and that I mean, what it could have been implying was that whatever quote unquote Freemasonry stuff that's in India could have came from Alexander the Great. But so but so I mean, like I would say the best example of the most public hive mind thing that they got going on. Well, see, it's strange because I don't actually know if Scientology is using the hive mind system. I know that the occultists are and that religions are, but I mean, Scientology is a religion. I'd have to know more about it. I only know about the Dianetics machine and the certain jargon that they use, and but I mean, it seems like all these occult orders are all, I mean, like they've all literally got the same blueprint. They're just different jargon, different words that are used in their symbolic statements for the quote. Well, I don't want to say quote, for the inner dogma of the order, the true goals, and the true mechanics of how the order is working, and that's where half of the members are profane. They're still members of the order, but they don't understand what's happening in the order. No offense to any Blue Lodge uses or anything, but so they don't understand. They can't see it. They don't understand the true doctrine of the order. And every secret society has this, even religions as well. So that's why Rome is all like, oh, we're not a zodiac sun cult, but you go inside their temple, they got fucking zodiacs and constellations all on the ceiling. But so the group mind thing. Oh yeah, the inner doctrine. Okay, so the inner doctrine of the occult. They know what is truly happening, and then even then, there's an inner doctrine, and I'm not talking metaphorically here. I'm talking a literal secret council, and then another secret council, and a secret council after that, and all these fucking this bureaucratic fucking bullshit. I'm talking about the secret societies here. Keep in mind, because I mean, like constitutional bureaucracy is great, but like secret societies dictating things in secret temples and stuff. Religions do the same thing. It's just a matter of which ones have morals and real values. You know, most of the Masons are just regular honest people. You know, I would say like 99% of them. The same with most religions. Most people, generally speaking, are good people. They mean good, you know. But then there's the inner core, the adepts of the adepts, because the system of Scottish Rite, for example, the system of flattery, system of many initiations, secret passwords, handshakes, signs, that secret school of magic. But the outer core, the Blue Lodge, etc., they don't understand what kind of magic it is. And that fucking, that the type of magic it is, well, it varies depending on the group, but typically the hive mind stuff, etc. But so, because it's interesting. I've shown the Henry Clausen video. He says flat out that he flat out discusses psychic abilities. Damn it, I need to go to sleep. All right, 10 more minutes. The whole psychic ability thing. So it's like, and like the OTO, like for example, they are very primitive, disgusting people. Their magic, quote unquote, is all very primitive, like stuff that is, well, it's all just fucking like the OTO people try to have psychic visions from sex. That's what they're doing. That's part of it. But so the where like the Masonic stuff is very, very different. It's all about morals and that there's codes of ethics. You can't, break any laws or anything because you'll be ejected out of the order. And then but it's like at the higher up. What degree is it? The 21st? No. What is that? There's like 2 or 3 degrees in Scottish Rite where they basically say that they swear to aid and abet their fellow Mason. And this is where I've discussed this publicly before and, had extreme prejudice against me for saying such things, but it's fact. It's a goddamn fact. Excuse my English, French. But so, and then up to the 32nd degree or 31st, I think it is. The 31st degree, well, is a very huge. I'm pretty sure it's the 31st, maybe 30th. Well, so it's interesting though because there's certain book quotes which you can tell that Albert Pike in his Morals and Dogma, he's talking about two types of Freemasonry. He's not just talking about the Scottish Rite. He's also talking about the Palladian, I believe, and the Palladian Rite Freemasonry. Because there's many things in there that are never discussed in the Masonic Lodge. And that the symbology of the temple stuff, it's all biblical, you know. It's not some kind of demon worship or something. It's all just a bunch of fucking Bible bullshit. It's a fucking no offense anybody. But so what was I getting at? The system itself, though, no one sees it. Anyone that studied magic can see it. What it is. The Scottish Rite, the Blue Lodge, system of magic. The type of magic that they're practicing is coven magic, quote unquote. It's not that it's really real or anything. What they're doing is practicing animal magnetism, hypnosis. And that hypnosis, that's not necessarily it's not a supernatural thing like a psychic power. I mean, but in a way it is, though, because it can create a link, according to these 1700 books and stuff, and even the 1800 books, that they were experiencing the ability to have people taste and feel the same thing as a group, and that the I mean, how many times have you ever shuffle them the wrong way, discussed something or interacted with some random person that seemed to have acted the same way, exactly the same way as, you know, and I encountered this with bullies, where the bullies would they would have a look in their eyes. I don't know how to explain it. It was like especially if I was at a party or something, somebody was blackout drunk and they for some reason was trying to fight me or something. Like they always had this like look in their eye, like especially when I'd go to bars. Sometimes I'd have like one or two drinks. I'd skateboard to a bar and then I would drink a beer or two and just, you know, and like, and then somebody would just say, it reminds me of that like movie, what's that movie, with the Denzel Washington, I think it is. He's got the demons. The demon guy is like moving through people and keeps singing that same song. It's a pretty good movie. Let's see here. What was I getting at? Anybody got 4 minutes? I'm going to sleep 4 minutes. I can't stay up any longer. The group mind. Think of it like a spell. I keep thinking of magic cards, like the card game, to explain the mechanics of the psychic ability type stuff, but I mean, the best way to, well, I don't want to stick on that subject, but I was trying to get more into the group mind stuff about the people and the whole consciousness thing. Because like back then, you know, 1700s, it's like it was about, for the founding fathers and stuff, it was about knowledge and the literacy. It was about contemplation. It was about it wasn't the same thing as it became. after the 1782 thing when the Swedenborg Rite, the Memphis, the Mizraim, and the Scottish Rite, when they were passed in Prussia or whatever. And so the rites had been changed. That people had traveled to Egypt, various countries, adopted the systems migrated, all meeting up there in 1782 in Europe, and then joining together, merging as one. And that well, I forgot to say French Green Orient was part of that as well, but so as well as English Masonry, but so and then so the lodges had all been unified with the same doctrines, and I forgot to include the OTO, the older OTO that was included in that 1782 thing, the order of the Order of Templars, the Oriental Templars Order. That's what it was called, OTO. Then the French changed it to Ordo Templar, Templi Orientis. They put the O, the Orientis, in reverse at the end of it instead of the front, which is typical of Latinized language. But so what was I gonna cool. Ah, dang, there you go. See. But yeah, so let's see, 10 of diamonds. Ah, god damn it. Ace of hearts. Son of a bitch. Okay, I'm way off. Let's see, like think of which one's top. Wow. 7 of clubs. Ah, damn it. Okay. I should probably just go to sleep. Okay, so damn, what the fuck was I talking about? Something relevant. Also, I guess I'll leave it at that. It was about the takeover of masonry in America, unifying the lodges, all the same doctrine, blah blah. I mean, it's the whole Captain Morgan story. The Captain William Morgan. I'm not sure if that alcohol is named after him. I mean, I would assume so. Ace of Spades. Ah. Damn, how the fuck did I guess that? 2 of clubs the other night. But yeah, so his book that was published, which supposedly unified the lodges. See, we don't even know if that was his book. We don't know if he was, if they got rid of him and then they replaced the book, had it printed, and then we just happened to adopt the lodge rules that Captain Morgan lays out throughout the whole country. What a coincidence. All the lodges changing their handed down histories for a new adopted rule system. New system. And then afterwards, Albert Pike, the great Mason, blah blah, changes the whole system, unifies it to what he says it is. Mr. Albert Pike, Mr. I'm going to quote Eliphas Levi a million times. So, what they were doing was dark magic. That the Eliphas Levi was no Templar. The original Freemasonry was Templarism. It was about the Bible. It was about the Crusades. And it was about, and it wasn't about this mysticism of parlor tricks and hypnosis. It was about a concealed ancient story of how the universe was made, and that the this story was very ancient, and that the many of the knights that went on the Crusades were they were like archaeologists. They were like, you know, and that the shift in the symbols, the different well, I mean, it's like this whole upper and lower natures thing. I don't think this came from the old system. I mean, it's I think it comes from well, I mean, that's a long, I'm not gonna get that. It's a long subject. Let's see if I can guess here. 9 of hearts. What's the next one? Jack. No, I didn't say what. Okay, let me try with it. 3 of diamonds. Motherfucker. That was close. 3 of spades. Okay, let me try one time. 5 of clubs. What? 2 3s in a row. Alright, let's see. We better say 5 again. Ace. 2. God damn it. Okay, let's see here. One more try. Queen of Hearts. What the fuck? Another 3. Fucking universe is playing tricks on me here. Okay. Let's see. I would say 7 of spades. Shit. Okay. I'm running out of options here. The card that I pull is decreasing the. I should be doing this like 10 different card decks. 10 of hearts. Okay. I'm gonna say 4 of diamonds. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. What's the next card? 8, 9, queen. Okay. King of hearts. Okay, I'm going to sleep. I'm retarded. Alright, I'm not in the zone. Alright, peace out. Good night. I think I'm gonna quit drinking pop. I don't think it's working out for me. Me and drinking pop is over. Well, might drink 1 or 2 more. But so, yeah. All right. Good night. I ain't quit drinking pop because drinking too much caffeine. All right. Peace out.